Hello, and welcome back to Bard College, where at the resumption of the last session, where Smoke and Freddy were reborn, brought back to life through Mistra's grace or Urkashindi's approval. The party embarked upon a year of downtime, a whole year. So this session, we're going to find out what they have been up to. And I have a good idea, so I managed to do some preparation, but some people have shared things with me, some people have shared things in the chat, some people have been like left up, some things have been left up in the air. So, Gareth, we're going to start with you in Pride of Place in Last Hollow.
Indeed.
So you told me, well, really, in the last two sessions, there've been, you've talked about wanting to not really engage in vigilante justice, but set up proper trials and investigations and court systems in order to uncover the truth and not execute anyone who really was an unwitting conspirator, etc. That means your alignment has changed, my friend. You are now lawful good.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, lawful good Jacob.
Chaotic neutral to lawful good over a long time.
Well, yeah, this. I'm only following your actions.
Yeah.
So I would like you. I'd like you to roll an investigation check, and we can see how many conspirators you are able to uncover.
Okay, I'll roll that now. Oh, blooming hell.
Okay. With a 16, you uncover 3 fairly prominent Savori figures. Through a combination of Zone of Truth spells and investigation, traditional like investigative like police work, you uncover Orinian Savori, the deputy chief instructor at Highbard House, was really a prominent figure in shifting the culture of Last Hollow to pro-Elven and pro-Savori and kind of anti-Lecheria. There's notes between him and Jadena uncovered where they talk about really their covering up of Gideon Lecheria's part in the building up of Last Hollow, and the kind of how Menelambir and the Elven Peninsula are vastly superior, and in order to attract investment and things like that. So yeah, Orinian Savori, guilty. Another person, Parmeran Savori, had a very prominent role in running the Marsh Cross Explorer, as the editor-in-chief of the Marsh Cross Explorer. This newspaper was really weaponized for Savori gain. They would distribute warrants and bounties in the Marsh Cross Explorer for people in the Undercity who were like dissident or anti-Elven, and lots of these people were hung without fair trial. And then the final one is Lindarin Savori, who is guilty of erasing all mention of Gideon Lecheria and the Lecheria name through the halls through the books in Valor Halls at the direct order of Judena Savory. Question is, how would you like to sentence these people? You have Aurinian, Parmeran, and Lindarin.
Parmeran. You said that they've been responsible for getting rid of dissent and silencing, and that there are some very serious cost people their lives sort of crimes in there. So Parmeran would probably be hung.
You would be informed by the one-time advisor, now servitor under house arrest, Geoffrey Ashtain, that the tradition in Last Hollow is not hanging. It's taken a long trip over the waterfall.
Then if that's tradition, then that will be what happens.
Okay, so you send Parmeran in a boat over the precipice. He's dead. What about Lindarin?
Lindarin, it's crimes against Jacob's family rather than crimes against Last Hollow themselves. Well, that would be prison. Probably similar to Ashtain in that they're kept in some limited comfort with.
Are you sending them below? Like, the only prison that exists is Half-Blood Prison.
I did mention that would be something we want to be getting rid of.
So it's whether you want to imprison these people in the torture of their own making, or you want to raise it to the ground and find somewhere else for them to linger or live out the rest of their days.
Raise it to the ground. I mean, there's a pretty damn good prison that we know at a long way away.
Oh, you're going to banish them to Grimshackle?
I mean, it's a prison.
Okay. So we're going to have a prison boat travel all the way to Grimshackle across the year. Sure, that's fine.
And yeah, Arinian again.
Arinian, yeah.
It's more against the family than against the people themselves. Unless they were guilty of murders or ordering the death of people, or were involved in actual treason by getting rid of, or regicide, getting rid of Jacob's father.
Well, with that role, these three people, they're tightly connected to all of it.
In which case, Arinian would probably go in a boat off the waterfall as well.
Okay. So Arinian, you also saw Arinian kind of directly benefit from the murder of Madroff Stosk, the former chief instructor of Highbard House. So we've got Arinian and Parmeran over the waterfall, and Lindarin sent across the other side of the Isles. Very good.
Prison, yes.
So, in order to maintain stability in Last Hollow over the course of the year, you said you wanted to assemble a council.
Yep.
And some of the people that you mentioned to me, you said that you would want to appoint Kit Hartfoot as a guildmaster.
Yeah, representative of the guilds on the council.
Yeah. So there's already quite a prominent guildmaster. However, they are distant cousins. Kit Hartfoot and Callie Clamberhand, pair of halflings. And we were happy to share the role.
And that's great.
You also said that you might like to employ your the person who really gave you safe passage in the Undercity and on that fateful night that before you entered Half-Blood Prison, Rada Underwood. He doesn't wish to be overtly a council member, as he wishes to not really have his name written down in too many prominent records for his own reasons. However, he's very happy to act as your Undercity liaison.
Yep. Tavern keepers are generally good at keeping the peace. They're good at knowing things, and
so there are a few other positions which I'd actually quite like to. We could role play a couple of them. Okay. So, in the time that Zareen Estefax abandoned the Temple of the Dawn Lord for the last time, there has been a vacuum left. But that temple has really lost its capacity to inspire what few groups of people still cling to the faith of the Dawn Lord in Last Hollow. And while searching for someone to fill that gap, you mentioned that you would send a missive out to Quest.
yes.
And it takes a few months, as in return missives, you get the impression that Quest has a number of commitments that she is unwilling to detail. Nevertheless, after 2 quarters, she arrives as you once knew her, barely aged a day, green tiefling with freckles across the nose and a slight golden brown tint, almost like ram horns that curl back over kind of dark brown, black, messy hair. She arrives to Castle Lecheria on one autumn afternoon. My lord, is that what I'm supposed to call you?
Others call me that, but not you. Never you. Good to see you, Quest. It's been a long time.
A long time indeed. I'm so sorry I didn't reach out to you earlier. I knew the Savoris and the Estefaxes were bad news, and Zareen in particular was very difficult to work with. I took up my worship with devotion in Crystal Spear. She's the most prominent high priestess of Lathander on the Isles, and she has a particular penchant for addressing the needs of tieflings like myself. I believe you have already come into contact with one of our mutual friends.
Oh?
Do I have this right? Redemption.
Yes. Redemption fought by our side for some months.
She is a charismatic warrior, someone who inspires a great deal of confidence. She's been working hard over the last few months in Crystal Spear, and she sends her kindest regards.
Good to hear that she's doing well. I hadn't heard from her in a while. But don't worry yourself too much about not contacting me when the Savoys and Estefax came in. Had I heard and tried to come and sort the situation out back then, I would not have been strong enough. I would not have had my allies, my backing, my knowledge to be able to do to be able to wrest back control for the people of Last Hollow.
Indeed, tales of your exploits have reached far and wide. I heard that you were involved in that inspiring defense of Silvercrest, right over the other side of the Isles.
Yes. Took me a long time to get to that side of that point of the Isles, from Maloon up to Silvercrest, but yes, we fought against the Sea Devils and the Might.
You don't look exactly how I remember.
A lot of things were not what they seemed. I, like the Savori, there were lies about my family, about my true parentage. My mother was not the elf she appeared to be. These features were hidden and only became visible as I got older. They were accelerated when I was Quest. I died. I came back, risen by the power of a cleric and a god.
She touches a holy symbol, which is a shining sun amulet, that dips down onto past a collarbone, past these like resplendent yellow robes, which are fastened at each shoulder with similar kind of brass sun motifs and green and yellow beads on each side. Just as a long black cloak, which it is unusual for a priestess of Lathander to wear, but it kind of sets off the outfit really nicely. She touches you on the shoulder, and you feel a genuine warmth that kind of resonates, not through any sort of magical power, but through a genuine sense of care and compassion. Praise be to the Dawn Lord that he rose to face another day and many more days yet.
Indeed. And it is that Dawn Lord, that devotion, that power that you carry that is so needed here. They destroyed, they damaged, they corrupted everything. The temple that we used to live in, we used to go and beg food from, is a shell of what it once was.
I'm afraid, Jacob, that once these kinds of desecrations of holy ground have been carried out, we often find it best to break new ground. In fact, I had an idea, if you'd permit me to share it.
Your ideas are always welcome. They got us out of many of a scrape when we were younger.
Well, you know the old lighthouse tower past the forge in the very top of the cliff? And she points basically in this direction. Are we back in the last hollow on the map? I think we are. Yeah, you can see up here. Yeah. Make a perfect spot for a new place of worship to watch the sun rise over the horizon.
And the temple there would oversee, rather than be hidden behind the castle, would be visible to all.
Indeed.
Would watch over the city.
With your permission, I'd like to begin work right away.
It is a good use for the space. And it would be great to see the Dawn Lord resplendent once more in this city. I have met many gods, seen many wonderful things in my travels, and there is a space for religions here. It's sorely lacking in the people.
Can't wait to hear more about your adventures, my lord.
You're welcome at my table anytime.
And she bows respectfully, and then once you get a sense that the formalities are over with, she shoots you a familiar smile, and about turns to get to work. Sometime later, you receive a note, a formal request for an audience from House Bremeny.
Wait. Yep. That would be
You
honoured.
see a familiar crest on the logo. It's not signed personally, but it does say that a contingent of Bremeny representatives will be arriving forthwith. And it is only a few days later that this request is manifest by another knock at the gates of Castle Cerulea. You see a party of three, all dressed in Menelambia green. The flanking left and right two unfamiliar elves who seem to defer to the central figure. And the central figure just has a confidence about their walk, a familiarity, a casualness, as if your title perhaps doesn't register in the same way it does to most of the common folk that you've interacted with since taking the throne once again. Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, my notes are all in different places. Give me a sec. Aha. The central figure steps forward into the castle hallway and uncovers a flash of familiar pink hair. Angular elven ears pointed unusually quite horizontally, and a septum ring silver, and a slight sharpness and toothy smile and an intense glare reveal this to be Nain's one-time partner, Leica. Jacob, it's been a long time.
A very long time, Leica. How you've been well?
These past few months have been difficult. When Nain told me of everything that had happened here, she told me of an urge to return to Ainelian and reclaim her birthright and take responsibility for the actions of her house, or the inactions of her house. We're kindred spirits, she and I apologize for not revealing the nature of our closeness when we first met.
I believe my genealogy is all rather new to me. I'm still learning, but I believe you are my second cousin. Or something
Indeed.
similar.
As are my brothers, Parn and Connacht. And they take their hoods off, and you see a pair of Parn is a shorter elf, but quite stout, with like a bowl cut and these very angular ears that kind of jut out more horizontally than most elves. Connacht is the elder brother, and he is a much taller elf. It's as if Connacht had eaten all of Parn's breakfasts when they were growing up. is all three look like much more capable than the kind of bookish stereotype of your regular elves. Certainly, many of the Savories and Estafaxes that you witnessed. Our ancestry demands that we return and put right what the covetous and greedy Savory house tried to rob from us, from our family.
I must ask, Leica, you've seen me many moons ago. You now see me now, changed. How much did you know of the snakes hidden amongst our family?
We've been exiled for a long time. But I must admit that our father, Orbron, when we were very young, we saw him commit a blood ritual on Parn here. Conic struck him, interrupted it, and Parn kind of rubs a partial crescent scar on the back of his neck. That's when we fled. We were but barely teenagers, the three of us. We lived a life on the road, like you did in your youth.
You are lucky that the ritual was so interrupted. I don't know if Nain told you of Shamzalvuk and the successful completion on him.
We are aware of the potential consequences of these types of blood magic rituals. Parn and Conic have spent their young lives in pursuit of the Crimson Court, of which we believe our father was a part. Blood magic is a pervasive scourge, and we had to look back and investigate the death of our grandfather, your great-grandfather. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of notifications on my Discord. I'm not sure where they're coming from. I keep beeping. Hold on. Can I just silence all notifications? I'm not sure how to do it.
If you correct the cogwheel, and then it's notifications, and you can just turn them off.
Cheers. Apologies. Leica goes on to tell the story of the murder of Zelfar Bremini way before any of your times. Enania Onassis was believed to have been part of it, although she was never found guilty at trial. And indeed, in their youth, Conic and Parn staged a robbery in Maitandore, a place on Menelambir where the Bremini house originally comes from. And they were able to recover Zelfar's prized possession, feeling it owed to them as they were betrayed by their loved ones, just as Zelfar was. each of three of them now uncover a carry case, a long wooden box with 3 iron locks, and present it to you, the new Lord of Last Hollow.
This was my great-grandfather's.
Sadly, it was not able to warn him, but it is a construction of true goodness and will help in your further rooting out of this dark conspiracy that our family has toiled against for generations. If you'll observe it, we would gladly present it to you now.
Please show it to me.
Parn kneels down and clumsily fumbles with a lock before Connick pushes him out of the way impatiently and rips off the 3 padlocks, unveiling a resplendent white light from out of this long box. Leica reaches behind her and pulls out a sword, glowing persistently. She takes a second to hold it and concentrate. And as if in some sort of brief communion with the sword, she smiles and nods. It wants to do good work here. You may add Zelfar's Ward to your inventory and attune to it if you wish.
Oh my god, yes. Yep. I shall do exactly that.
You could post a link or
I
post the
shall.
item up in the chat for the others to see if you want.
I shall do.
So yeah, the sword is a sentient, lawful good. I don't know why the type has messed up there in the inventory. It doesn't happen on the item page, but hey, homebrew. This sword is a sentient, lawful good scimitar with an intelligence of 14, wisdom of 13, charisma of 13. It has hearing and normal vision out to a range of 120 feet, and it communicates by transmitting emotion to the creature wielding it. The sword's purpose is to fight evil. The sword has the following additional properties. It sheds light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 feet continually. Only by destroying the sword can this light be extinguished. A lawful good creature can attune itself to the sword in 1 minute. While attuned to the weapon, the sword's wielder can use the sword to cast Crusader's Mantle, Zone of Truth, or Speak with Dead. You can do that once per day.
So Jackal would take it and hold it for a minute. Understand it. Did you say it's a scimitar or a rapier?
I thought it was. I switched between a couple of times. Let me just check on my creations.
Oh, why don't you? Jackal would hold it, study it.
Oh, it says rapier on mine. It should say rapier. I don't know why it doesn't on yours. Delete, refresh, add again.
It says rapier, but then it also says scimitar in the description. Actually, it says rapier and scimitar in the description.
God damn it. I'm looking now. Where does it say scimitar?
It says this sword is a sentient lawful good, square brackets, magic item, scimitar +2.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say that on mine. It's just a problem with D&D Beyond not updating. It's...
Well, that's fine. It can take
Let's
a while
see if
to
it says it
pull
on
through, I
mine.
believe.
Yeah, I've just whispered it to myself, but it says rapier on mine.
Okay, that's fine. So this is a princely gift and I sense it will help. The zone of truth, on its own, will assist to root out any further conspirators in this city. And your assistance, like I know you. I've known you for a long time. I do not know your brothers as well, but if you vouch for them, I would be glad of your assistance. Whichever way you feel.
We've not always agreed on the best course of action, and I blame the naivety of youth for that. However, we're here to help put yours and your mother's name, of which we share, back into the prominence it deserves in Cerulea.
The true family name, the uncorrupted Bremeni name, should be restored. And the taint of this indicates is reduced. So your help is very much appreciated. And from what I've seen of Nain and Tisha over the months, siblings often disagree on the correct course of actions.
I'm sure Nain would take back many of her more stubborn stances if she could see her sister again.
Yes, that matter needs to be resolved at some point.
Very well. Well, if you will permit us to take our leave, we will acclimatise to Last Hollow and find a place where we could best use our talents.
Please do. The city is open to you. And if you discover any trace of further Savory plot or corruption, please let me know as soon as possible.
Very well, my lord. Connacht and Parn, you see them size up a couple of the remaining Dragon's Bane Guard and then take their leave.
They're playing that game that how many of you could I take before the rest of you took me game that soldiers play, aren't they?
Yeah. Connacht in particular thinks you probably see him ruminate on quite a high number. The next bit is to do with those Revenant Dragon's Bane Guard. Since Emerith and Darveth's deaths, the organizational hierarchy is left in particular disarray. However, this is where Ralathem's Revenants had chosen to position themselves. And they report back to you one day with a desire to oversee the security of which they were so often on the receiving end on the surface. They wish to instill a more compassionate and protective layer around Last Hollow, not a fascist bootlicking, wing of the government, if you like.
And Jacob would be up for that, but wonder the worry about last time they spoke to him, where they told him that the time of Bremeni, the Savory, the Lecheria was over, and the time of the dragon was returning.
Okay. You can make a religion or an insight check.
The insight, and I'm not very good at that. Yeah.
You get the impression that their devotion to Ralatheme is mainly a kind of fondness for the past and the way things were before the Savories got here. The stories of your father's exploits against Ralathim really do inspire them, and they appreciate kind of both sides of the battle. They really, some of them, you get the impression, really just respect Ralathim rather than worship him, and wouldn't know the first thing about genuinely bringing him back.
Okay. Then yes, it would allow them to temper the steel of the Dragonsbane guards.
Mara requests that the name's Dragonsbane is removed, and they're merely referred to as the Revenant Guard. She says that too many negative connotations of Dragonsbane and their association with the Savoris and those who suffered at their hands are still fresh in the memory, and a rebranding would serve to usher in a new era of peace and justice across the city.
Yeah, it's Revenant. I appreciate that, and I agree that a new name is perhaps warranted. But the Revenant guards, I'm Revenants are that can be quite violent and dogged in their determination. If there are any
I'm gonna stop you there, Gareth, because I've already made a map and put Revenant on it, so it's happening.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
No, it's not a problem. It's just more, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Let's not get bogged down in semantics, though.
I like semantics.
I
You
know.
should know this by now.
Um,
he would accept a name change because yes.
The only thing outstanding on your agenda thus far that we can't deal with together is the appointment of a chamberlain, someone to look after the pennies if you were to take your leave, to take Gilchrest's role. It's not someone that you have to think of immediately, and it may be somebody that you choose to appoint. You know, it's something that can be done. It doesn't have to be done by a named NPC in the short term, but a chief advisor or chamberlain, master of coin, would be a particularly important role.
Over the years period, who sort of came to the forefront, who always gave the best advice, who seemed to share the ideals of Last Hollow and of this new fair society.
Okay.
Would make
then that person would be Eleonora.
Yeah.
She knew Gilchrest's business as well as he did. He wouldn't have liked to admit it, but they spent so much time together. She pored over his books more than once or twice, maybe even skimmed a few coin off the top. She knows how to cook books and uncook them.
Then Jackal would be happy. He trusts her. He knows her. He has no problem spending time with her, discussing matters of state or whatever.
There we are then. So, I will tell you then that what we started off by saying the guild masters are Kit Hartfoot and Callie Clomberhand.
Yep.
Your undercity liaison is Rada Underwood. Your priestess of Lathander is Quest, now based at Everbright Tower. Your chamberlain is Eleonora. Your revenant guards are Mara and Wesley Greenlight. Siblings. And after a few months reacclimatizing, somebody who is more as interested in the history of House Bremeny and House Lecheria as you are is Leica, and she volunteers to become chief historian at Valor Halls.
And Jackal would happy with that, with the caveat that all history needs to be recorded, not just those that show off one side in a good light.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a few more minutes before the break.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start on Kirsty's year, if we could.
Kirsty's tent.
Hi.
Hi. So, your year was going to be started with the casting of a very powerful and unusual spell.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I want to cast the Malacrum. Create a dupe of Mia.
Excellent. A second body with all of your memories and power, just the inability to regain that power if it's lost.
True. Yeah. So to do that, I need stuff. I need a fuck ton of ice or snow to make her from.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a new spell that I could use to help that. It's a 9th level spell that you know about, called Falling Glacier. And that, if I found a place where there were no people, I could create a fuck ton of ice and make her out of that.
You could do it at the bottom of the waterfall without injuring anybody.
Cool. Except all the dead bodies that have been like chucked off. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also for it would need, if I think it's 1,500 gold's worth of powdered ruby, which I don't know. Maybe I'd go and talk to Ruby. I want to spend some time with her this year anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to say that your relationship with Ruby Romuri is good enough that over a course of a year, that would be no problem. Like, she would get it to you and you could pay her back whenever.
All right. Cool. I will take that gold away from me. So yeah, I guess I would do the casting of Simulacrum in Blast Hollow and make a new me.
So, how are snow and powdered ruby combined to create this simulacrum? How do you imagine it looking?
I would imagine that I'm not imagining like carving it out of ice or snow, although that does seem very wholesome and a nice way to spend an afternoon. But I imagine it's getting like a big lump, big enough that it would be like life size.
Mm-hmm.
I also need some hair or fingernail clippings, but placed inside the snow or ice.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I have all of that ruby, I would sprinkle it over the top. I probably would invite Ruby Romuri along to witness this as well. And yeah, I kind of imagine that the ruby would look to like almost melt the ice into the shape of Mir.
Awesome. As Ruby Romuri stands atop this fallen glacier, observing the high priestess of the Church of Our Lady Weaver of Stars create this second version of herself, she dips back into her most robust Scottish. Fucking hell, that's amazing. Is that you? You see this pure blue figure emerge from this melted pink snow, which is combined ruby and ice. And as the pink water and ice kind of drips off it, she looks completely perfect as the kind of sun goes down over the horizon. As you look, what do
Shit.
you do? You stand over this still body lying in the ice. What do you do?
I'd probably keep watching it for sort of 30 seconds or so, like not knowing how the spell works, and then maybe I'd like nudge it with my foot to see if it moves and wakes up.
Hey! She opens her eyes, stands up. She's completely naked.
I'll put like the cloak of all the different outfits on her, whatever it's called. I
Cloak
can't
of many
remember what it's called.
fashions.
That one.
Mhm.
I'll grab that and wrap it around her.
Oh, thanks. Hi. What am I called?
I mean, you're me, but maybe it's too weird to call you Mia. How's Narlo?
Narlo.
We've got a really long name. It's got loads of syllables. So I've got one syllable. You can have a couple of the others.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Narlo.
Mia.
Yeah. You look like you've had a really good sleep.
Oh. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to sleep yet. Is it nice?
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing here?
Long story. But this is Last Hollow.
I know.
But
I know everything you know until about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take you to Silvercrest, and we have a temple there.
Yeah,
and
the Temple of Our Lady Weaver of Bars.
Stars. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
And
She like pats the side of her head and like some pink water comes out of one ear. Ugh. Stars. Sure.
did that hurt?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, okay. You're gonna go there.
Uh-huh.
You know Valzax. You're gonna hang out with Valzax for a year, and you are going to be a representative of me, of Mister, of the temple. I've been gone from Silvercrest for a long time, and I want there to be a presence there again. I think it will be good for the city.
Okay. I can do that, sure.
And I'm going to stay here mostly, but I'll come back every couple of weeks.
How should I get back to Silvercrest?
Oh, I'll take you.
Okay. We're going now? What about you, Ruby, isn't it? Mia, I've got to say, this is pretty fucking weird.
Agreed. Do you want to come with, or do you want to stay here and got some stuff I'd like help with?
Well, if if your friend's going back to Silvercrest, I don't mind staying here with you. Kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Fine. You head to Lecheria Castle. I'll take Narlo, and I'll teleport back to Lecheria Castle and meet you there later.
Okay. And she steps off the big fallen glacier into a bucket, the dwarf, and it's attached to a big long rope that goes right the way to the top, and she just tugs on it.
Cool.
And you just see her getting winched up.
Nice. Do we need to break?
Sure. We'll see you in 20 minutes, folks.
See you in 20.
Bye.
tongues to wag, for she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. Chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She met 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
Hello. Welcome back to Bard College. Mia was just having a conversation with herself atop a glacier, which had no business being at the bottom of a waterfall in Lost Hollow.
Because magic.
Yeah. So, you said that you were sending Narlo to Silvercrest.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with her.
Okay.
So, word of recall.
Uh-huh. You
To-
grab onto her and whoosh.
Yeah.
Oh. I'd never seen it before, but yeah, I remember it. This is...
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. It's like having a constant sense of deja vu, you know?
No, but I understand.
Ignore me. It's fine. What are we doing?
We've got to find Balzac. He doesn't know about this plan yet.
Could I get some clothes before we see Valzax?
Yeah, I'll take her to her room, our room, where I guess Nia would have a stash of clothes. Right?
Yeah, there'd be some like vestments and like casual clothes. Which one do you want to go for?
Vestment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a joke about hoping that they fit.
And she puts it on.
Perfect.
You see these pink, white, and silver vestments. Typical uniform for priestesses of the Church of Mystra.
You look smart.
Well, I guess, yeah, they were made for you. So, what do you want me to do for it? How long am I going to be here?
Like maybe like a year.
A whole year?
Well, we can do what we want, really, but I know that what I want to do in Last Hall is going to take about a year.
Oh.
So,
I've got
while I'm doing
a lot
that,
of pancakes to eat if Valzax is sticking around.
Yeah. Yeah, like make sure he's okay and keep him happy. And I just want you to be there for the people of Silvercrest.
So that's your mission for me. Just be there for Silvercrest.
Yeah. I don't want to be an absent leader here. And it's fine if they know who you are. It's fine if they know that you're a duplicate. Maybe we should like go for a wander after we've seen Valzac so people could see us. And we can
Together?
explain about the yeah.
Okay. Cool.
This is like a walking advert for the wonders of the weave, right? Like Mistra made you, magic made you. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Can I like use all of our magic?
You can use some, but it won't come back every night like you would think that it would. It won't come back. So if you use a big old spell, you won't be able to use that same spell the next day, potentially. So, yes, but very sparingly.
What if I get lonely?
Oh. If you get lonely,
You know,
then
we get lonely sometimes, but we just never say, do we?
yeah.
I mean, it's fine. I can tell you.
You can tell me. I'll check in with you probably every day.
Every day?
And, well...
Well, you don't have to. I'll be fine.
Every few days, maybe. And you'll have Valzax, and there's Warkex around. You can talk to him.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
But if you get lonely or sad, please tell one of them or please tell me. Promise me.
Okay, I promise. Well, I'll be fine. Honestly, there's no need to worry about me. I don't want to be an inconvenience.
You're a big help. You're not an inconvenience at all. This is so weird. Should we scare Valzak? Should we spook him?
Sure, that'd be fun.
Like one of us be in the room hiding and the other one go in with him and then the other one
Okay. You hide.
Okay. You be convincingly me, okay?
Sure. I can do that. Mira, I want you
No.
to make a stealth check.
Okay. A question for
Mhm.
this. How do you want to do it with like portents and all of that shit?
Oh, your portent is from your staff, right? Or your scepter, is it? Or is it from your... I can't remember. Well, then only you...
No, I think it's just me.
Then she would have all the same innate abilities that you do, as long as it doesn't consume spell slots.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. So that's good for her. Sorry, what I meant was for this like year and you making me roll a stealth check. I'm like, should I roll a portent? For maybe I should just ignore my
just roll a
portent.
fucking stealth check.
Great, thank you for being so polite about it. I rolled a 3.
Okay. Valzax, I need help. Hello.
I'll hide.
Valzax walks in. Oh, Mia, you didn't say you were coming back. Like, you should have let me know. I'd have like tidied up the place. Sorry, that mirror. When did you get a mirror on your wardrobe?
And then I'll move.
Wait a minute. Mia, the mirror just moved. Is that a magic mirror? And he runs over to the wardrobe and like pulls it open so he can see her.
Hey!
Wait. And Nala goes, boo! Ah! And Valzax jumps up and down. Wait, what? Whoa! There's 2 of you.
Surprise!
Did you have a secret twin you never told us about?
That'd be cool. But no, I made her.
You made her.
Cast a spell.
Hi.
A new one.
So, can you like make new people now? Like, I thought that took a lot longer.
Yeah, we'll have that talk when you're older. But this is a spell I made her out of ice and powdered ruby, and she came to life.
I'm Narlo.
Oh yeah, she's Nala.
Okay.
I thought it was too weird to call her Mia.
Yeah, that would be weird. Maybe Narlo, you could wear like a ribbon in your hair or something, like so we'd know.
Well, if you look really carefully, she looks less like beaten down by war and sadness than me. See?
And it just turns around and Narlo's like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm not dreaming now, so maybe I'll see you later.
Wait. So, you're fine. Nala is stay here with you.
Oh, like to keep an eye on me?
No. I'm going to stay in Last Hollow a bit longer. Everything's fine. As fine as it can be. But I thought that while I'm there, and working on a new temple, that
New
she
temple?
could stay here. Yeah.
Okay.
She can stay here with you, and I just feel like I've been really absent and not very present as a priestess of Mystra. So I made her, and she's not going to keep an eye on you, but you can keep each other company.
Well,
And
Mia, Narlo, you are awesome. A wonder of the mysteries of magic.
that's the idea.
Okay, awesome.
And I,
Okay, Narlo, do you know do you know your way around? Narlo's like, yeah, I know everything up until about 30 minutes ago. And I was present for all of that. So don't worry. We're good.
is that okay?
Yeah, it's awesome. 2 Mias are better than 1.
That's what I'm saying. So things have settled down a bit in Last Hollow, so I will be there and working on this temple, but I'm going to come back every few weeks and see how you all are, and maybe kind of go out with Narlo and see people. And
Yeah, we can acclimatize Silvercrest to the presence of double high priestesses.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Awesome.
Well, we'll see you in a few weeks then, Balzac says, I guess.
Yeah, you don't need anything else from me.
Did you bring any magical items back for the museum, the temple?
Yes, I did. I'll drop off some things. Do you want to know what they are?
Please put them in the chat, or you can tell me and put them in the chat. Yeah, it's good to have a record of these things.
The Emigre manuscript.
Ooh.
That needs serious protection. Keeping an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Feel free to really up our security if you can. The Shield of Missile Attraction, the Wand of Fear, and the Necklace of Adaptation.
Wow, this is some cool stuff. Okay, let's go, Narlo. We've got to catalogue this stuff. Job to do. Dangerous stuff to keep out of the wrong hands. That's our job.
You'll be great. I believe in you, us.
We'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'll be fine. Trust me. It's you go do what you need to do. I got this.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll go then.
Should we hug, or is that weird?
Let's hug.
Sure. And Valzac's just still looks totally bemused as you hug your simulacrum before going where?
Back to Last Hollow.
Teleportation circle?
Yeah.
After taking a minute to draw your circle out, you re-emerge in the bowels of Castle Cerulea to accomplish what over the coming weeks and months?
So I want to find, short term, find Sariel and go to Passalora with her and help her figure out whatever she needs to figure out. She seemed very upset and disturbed last time I saw her, and I want to help.
Sure. To expedite things slightly, you travel to Passalora and discover what you already know about it, that you saw through that portal against the Storm Hag, that Passalora had been completely overrun with sea devils. And you're really just being there to support your friend as she kind of works through this trauma that her homeland has been so brutally ravaged by the denizens of Panaku. She doesn't want their memories consigned to the watery graves that their bodies now reside in. And she wants to tell their story, as she told you, and she told Jadena Savori when she went to the nearest place on the material plane, Last Hollow. So she asks whether there would be a vacant journalist position that you could use your influence to help her accommodate in
Uh-huh.
Last Hollow.
I know from presumably seeing and hanging out with Jacob in Last Hollow that the Marsh Cross Explorer has been somewhat dismantled.
Since the editor
by
was sent off the end of the waterfall by Jacob and his investigations, yeah.
So would talk to Jacob about kind of setting that paper up again, maybe rebranding, and certainly Sariel working for them as someone that I trust, someone that wants to give a voice to people that previously didn't have one.
My lord.
No issues with that. Assuming as long as the paper becomes a bastion of truthfulness and does not sink
Okay.
to its previous levels, no problems with that.
Sariel, the sea elf, sees eye to eye with Jacob and Mir and their wants for a new mouthpiece for the people of Last Hollow and persecuted peoples the Cerulean Isles over, and thus the Marsh Cross Explorer is rebranded to the Daily Cascade.
Cool. Yeah. Next, I wanted to hang out with Ruby and for her to teach me how to like hang out with jewels and smush them up and source nice ones.
Right, we'll do skill proficiencies like all together at the end, I
Fine.
think. But, so yeah.
All right. And then the last big thing is that I want to cast Temple of the Gods every day for a year.
Yes.
And like go back and visit Silvercrest appearances, like hang out with people there. That was the big thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Instant Temple.
Yeah.
I've already placed it on the map. Sorry, guys.
Oh, where is it?
No, not yet. No, I've not revealed it yet, but it will be there.
Oh, right.
What are you calling it?
One moment. The Temple of the Mysteries of Magic.
Yeah, there we go. I name checked it earlier. It's what Valzak said about Nala. I'm wondering
where did Mir decide to put it?
Given that Quest requested to do a new Temple of Lathander, then the old Temple of Lathander, where Smoke was resurrected by Mystra, seeing as though that's where Mistra's touch was felt most keenly in Last Hollow. It makes sense for it to be there.
And it's on an island surrounded by water, even better.
Uh-huh.
Cool. I kind of want it to look. I don't want it to stand out too much as something completely alien to Last Hollow. So I feel like most of the architecture would look Last Hollow-esque, but
sure,
they kind of stand. Oh right, okay. You know you've already done this, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Sorry, it said in the spell that I get to. I just find all the things.
You could, we're just using our imagination on the map, so it can really look in our minds however you want it to look. Okay.
Should I keep going or no?
Yeah.
Architecture like Last Hollow, but has like beautifully colored, like stained glass and huge stained glass windows that almost look like it shouldn't be able to stand up. There's so much glass in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's made of magic, so it can. And then
Would there be a
inside-
stained glass motif of the resurrection of a tabaxi?
somewhere? Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems pretty key. John nods his approval.
Hmm.
Yeah, maybe I can think about other like stained glass images would be in this temple. And then inside it is it's just like, have you ever been to the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona?
No.
Yes,
Like,
it's gorgeous.
yeah, beautiful, like filled with like colored light. So very that, and probably quite a lot of like crystal-y kind of structures inside as a nod to the one made of a crystal in Silvercrest.
Mm-hmm.
And she casts that spell every day, so it lasts 24 hours, and then it disappears, and she casts it again, so she can sleep there.
So she comes back at like 3 o'clock every afternoon or whatever. Does it again.
Yeah.
Mhm. Cool.
And yeah, start like, because it's a fully made temple every day, from the
Mhm.
start, so she can start welcoming worshippers or people that are curious
Immediately.
about it from day dot. Yeah.
Now, one of the main questions I've got about this then is who, in your absence, who is going to be the high priest or priestess of the Temple of the Mysteries of Magic? Now, as if you don't have an NPC in mind, because I couldn't think of one, but you might do. But in the way that smoke helped create sunshine, then you could easily create a priest or priestess. You can think on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do that. That sounds good. I feel like she's got like a year to find.
Can I make
someone,
a small request?
Sure.
Can we have a human character?
Ooh, so
there's-
edgy.
Yeah, there are very few human characters.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll dream up something for that. That
Okay.
like someone that just lives in Last Hollow and.
Sure. Yeah, someone, maybe the first worshipper through the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Isn't the
Cool.
landlord of the pub in the Undercity human?
Yeah, but he's already said he likes to stay there.
No, I'm more saying that we do have some human NPCs.
He may have been a halfling, actually. Rada. Rada was a halfling.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay. Was there anything else, Mia, that you wanted to accomplish?
Don't think so.
Just the jewelry training.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that in a bit. So, just working our way down. Bet you're glad there's only 4 players this week. Lucas, you sent me quite a lot to do with Tilly. So,
Yep, there was a bit, yeah.
we will give me the main crux, because I've already prepared like a fair bit, so we can role play some of the important bits and go through quickly some of the other bits. But you wanted to involve quite a bit of travel. You wanted to go back to the Underdark where you found Nibbles. Did you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to train in alchemy with Mad Sonia.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Starting with the ship travel, yeah.
Okay. So we are transporting the ship back to Silvercrest with the trade goods. So I guess as a party, what we need to do is decide how much the how much the stuff on the ship is being bought for by Last Hollow. You know how much money Last Hollow has got to spend. And then what value worth of trades goods is being invested in by Last Hollow and brought back to Silvercrest. I don't want to go through like all of the actual materials. We can just do the monetary value of each. So you guys together have got well, you should have somewhere the inventory of the everything on the ship. So it's a case of how much, Jacob, do you want to spend of Last Hollow's money to buy all that stuff to furnish the people of Last Hollow with?
Jacob would confer with Ellie on this. See what and Kit and Kit to see what the city needs, what the city wants, what the city can afford to spare.
Oh, well, you know the maximum gold piece value that you've got in a kit, it was like 200 plus, 284,000 gold pieces worth of stuff, including 269,000 gold in coinage. All we need to know is what is a fair price for the stuff on the boat. They would want it all. So do we have that someone? Does someone have the inventory?
I'm looking, but I don't have it right now to hand.
Okay, well, we can, if Kirsty can have a look for that, and we can deal with that in a bit. And Jacob, I want you to think about how much money you would want to invest in trade goods to send back to Silvercrest for the potential to, for a profit to be made. Like, we're basically establishing a trade route now across the Isles. So, Lucas, with Tilly setting off on that boat, let me just get the map up. Which route did you want to take? Queen's Ferry.
I mean, I was thinking that we should do that rather than go back
the same way.
Unless anyone has any reason why we should go back the same way. But the same way we have the exploded island on the way and all of that shit. So and this is potentially more safe because it's guarded by the gnomes on the octopus metal ships or something, right?
Yeah, the Midnight Kraken.
The Midnight Kraken, yeah, that's right. So yeah, I mean, in my this is up to the party, but I was thinking Queen's Ferry, then down the and around the Elven Peninsula, and then Shimmerport, Crystal Spear. And
you can pick 3 major locations where you would dock and rest upon that journey. You can pick because you're the one.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It would definitely be the Twin City, right? That for sure, and Crystal Spear would be.
But the Twin City is, even though it looks very close to the coast there, it's more upriver, so it's not a port city around Thalor. It's
gotcha.
Slightly inward. So
like the
Quenya or Ulisari or Quenya Ata. Like Ulisari would be one of the main ports.
Oh, that's a U. I thought that was a V. All this time I thought it was called Vlisari, which was weird. Well, that one, Ulisari, would be a bit not on the way, I don't think, and would take even though I said I wanted that, it kind of doesn't make sense. It would make sense if we were ferrying Smoke over to Tiger's Watch, but I don't yet know whether he's taking the land route from.
So we'll ask John. John, are you heading back towards Tiger's Watch, which isn't a port, obviously, but you could break land and make the climb over the year. So is that something you'd be doing?
Yeah. So I was just looking at the map just to kind of make sense of things a little bit. So Last Hollow, depends. There was something I wanted to do on the way, which was a small thing I was going to go through when we get to me, but it was to see if we could drop off Lash, if she wants to, around near Aldenholm and Whisper Tree to meet one of the other clans, which we can
Is
get
she not
into.
from Udu?
She is. I'd like her to meet a clan and be escorted there. There's reasons for that. And then carry on to Tiger's Watch. It probably would be quick to go buy a ship, so if I probably would go buy a ship.
Well, she would tell you that the kind of Orc territory goes right the way from Uduch and Orod to Darkrin, Cragmouth, Godezach, and Bool. Like, all of that whole bit is Orc land, so it would be easiest to either port in Godezach and go past the Sunder Peak through the forest. That's like known Orc roads and passageways.
Yeah.
Or at Cragmouth. So either one of those to get to her clan and then go beyond there to Whisper Tree, rather than potentially go sail south out of the way.
Okay, you want to go through the
and go
top
back
way.
up.
Yeah. That's fine. It doesn't need to specifically be Whisper Tree. I think that's just the closest clan, Tabaxi clan.
Then once you get to Uduch, she would say that once you go over the Green River, like, that's basically where you might find the clan you're after, where, in the shadow of the Green Sisters.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, if that's the way you want to go, I'd be willing to go around that way. Yeah.
So you're going Last Hollow to Queen's Ferry to Godizach or Cragmouth?
I don't know. I'd have to learn a little bit more. Maybe Cragmouth.
Yeah, Cragmouth is a fort, a keep. It's a much safer port than Godizach. And Last Hollow, Lash would inform you as much. So your boat would be there, fine for there overnight while you disembark.
No problem. And then, sorry, where was it that Tilly was wanting to end up on this route?
Well, I wanted to go all the way back to kind of Silvercrest, but I'm kind of interested what's going to happen on, like, you're obviously on the boat, then we drop in off Lash, right?
Yeah.
And then you're going to disembark in Tiger's Watch. Who's going to be the captain for the rest of the journey?
Captain and first mate gone.
Yeah, true. You'd kind of need us to ride, wouldn't you?
Caleb, as part of the head of the shore party, could step in. He's a worthy seaman.
True.
And as the rest of the Argent Knights who came along could, they could easily get the vessel back.
Because Smoke's plan, I want to get back to Tiger's Watch ASAP. So what we could do is you can drop off Lash. I could carry on the ship. But as part of the downtime during my year, then potentially is just to get in contact or go myself or whatever to the Gathering Mountains clan, which is in Whisper Tree, and just because I have a personal contact with Lash, I'd like them to meet, so that an Orc and some Tabaxi can be a little bit cool with each other and just see what happens there. So, but I could literally drop her off and go carry on the ship. I go straight to Tiger's Watch as fast as possible.
Give her like a missive or a message, like, "Dear Gathering Mountains clan, this is Smoky Mirror. Lash is cool. Let's hang out."
Yeah, I'd perhaps give her. You know what? I can use an item for that. I will make use of the White Stag pin, and I'll create a message.
Record your voice.
So it's my voice. But she wouldn't have to meet with them while she's there. We can just sort that later. But I'd still give her that in case she bumps into anyone or, try and...
Yeah. Sure. So, Last Hollow to Queen's Ferry to Cragmouth to Lucas?
Well, that Quenya Nelde thing, right?
Yeah, that's a fort on the edge of the peninsula.
Okay, and I guess then it makes sense to stop at Olisari and then Tiger's Watch, Shimmerport, Crystal Spear. and then possibly Maloon, and then Silvercrest.
Okay, so 3 locations has become like 7. But it combines you and John's, so that's fine. It's a long trip, possibly longer than the one you took on the way, because you've got to come back on yourself a little bit. But yeah.
So which of these locations am I able to like add to my tree repository, if you will?
And
I'm happy with not having all of them. Like that's fine. It doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go for like the least urban ones. Like the forts would be difficult because they're like reinforced, and you wouldn't be doing too much exploring. There'd be a heavier guard there, etc. But Ulasari, Queen's Ferry, Shimmerport, Maloon,
Crystal Spear.
Crystal Spear, not so much. The forest is the well, you can see there really isn't any around.
Further back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
Shimmerport is close enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. Ulasari, Shimmerport, Queen's Ferry, Maloon.
Maloon. Yeah. So what would you say that entire journey took then?
Oh, that's 3 months at sea.
3 months. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can say that's what happened.
Okay. So you make it back to Silvercrest. Kirsty, how are we doing on the old fundage? Found it?
Yeah, I'm just doing some maths right now.
Okay. That's all right. If you're not ready, you're not ready. So when you get back to Silvercrest with Caleb and the Argent Knights, you've taken a relatively safe route, or you're not gone too far off the beaten path. I just want you to make a survival check, please, Tilly.
Right.
Yeah. It's a successful enough journey. I think 3 months is fine. You have to stop probably more often than you would like, especially in Maloon. You probably have to drop anchor and row into Maloon and get some of the kind of local, your tanner and your dwarven boat builders. Remember the father and son boat builders in Maloon? They come out and row and do some like last minute boat repairs before you make the last leg of your journey.
Nice. Very cool.
So what else did you want to accomplish?
Yeah, so basically during what I wrote in there is during the trip, Tilly will come to realize that this world is not really for nibbles. His race is like photophobic. Is that the right way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they hate direct sunlight, and she just feels like she needs to get him back to his real home. So that's what she's gonna plan to do. She's sad about it, but she feels it's the right thing to do in this course. Mm-hmm. So after coming back, she'd take him and transport over to the Mechanate cave that she found him in.
Mm-hmm. Did she? I think you did transport yourself via tree out of there, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you'd be able to go back, no problem.
Yeah, because it's transport via plants, technically, not trees. It can be any large plant.
Yeah, and we said there was a big.
There was huge mushrooms in that cave. Like, yeah.
Gloamstool is where you've gone. Gloamstool.
Yeah, really. There were all the dark dwarves were. I think she'd probably avoid those. Avoid them at this point. And then, I think what I was hoping for is that returning with nibbles and communicating them through a combination of their telepathic spores and her speak with plants, because they're technically plant, I think. Spells. Then and she'd request like a few months stay over for learning. Basically, she wants to learn about the mushrooms, the fungi world, in order to become a better healer, essentially. But also
learning from the mushroom people, from the Myconids. Sorry, when I was prepping, I got conflated that with learning the alchemy from.
Oh, that comes. That what I want to come next.
So what I'm going to do basically is say that you collect a vast array of unusual components from the Underdark, and you spend time really, learning how to forage and what perfecting your expertise in like mushrooms. And Mad Sonia is the person who could help you learn how to put them all together in ways that are useful above the surface.
Perfect. And what I said there is I was hoping I could try and find. I'm assuming they're going to make me roll for that. A bag of holding that's temperature controlled, so she could keep her all the ingredients in it, because I assume, and it's going to be a vast collection that will kind of grow. And mushrooms need cold, so I think that would be like a specific bag of holding she's trying to find.
Well, you're spending a lot of time down below, and it's a low DC, but I'll make you make a investigation, nature, or survival check. Oh, well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you find it's like you get a bag of holding from somewhere along the journey, probably Queensferry on the way. And then when you spend time in the Underdark, it's like you kind of start patting down like enchanted soil, like all around the inside, and you just keep doing it every day. It kind of becomes this kind of, like you say, cooled bag of holding. I haven't created a magic item for that, but you can just add a regular bag of holding and we can customize it. Say it's temperature controlled.
Yeah, that sounds great. How much would that cost me?
A bag of holding is an uncommon magic item. So, hold on. 500 gold pieces.
Which is exactly what I got left. Okay, no worries. I will deduct that. Hopefully, we'll get. I think money is something we'll still talk about later, I guess.
Yeah.
But for now, so and then after kind of spending 2 to 3 months in there, she would say goodbye to Nibbles. And tell him that she's gonna come visit, and like she's made friends there, hopefully, and it's like a place close to her heart. So she's promised them to come back, or should they ever need any help, she'll keep checking. And then transport to Last Hallow, go see Jacob, with the idea of setting up this hospital or clinic or whatever the scale of it could be somewhere in the Undercity.
I took a liberty there as well. It's going to be in the Overcity, but
sure, that's fine.
But I would like to RP now, even though I said we'd do skill proficiency in a bit. I think Mad Sonia is the one that we've been waiting to meet. Yes. So we can RP that if you wish.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So you return after like many months away, having kind of been the one member of the party to kind of see the boat all the way home. Probably saw Mia in both locations.
Great.
And you descend into the Undercity, but instead of going kind of on the north side of the cavern where you were last time, where a lot of the infrastructure is, you go where the workers' camps are, and you see. I'll go take you back to the old Undercity map, which is here. Number 9 or 13, is it? 9 is Mad Sonia's farm. It doesn't take you long to find it. Some people encourage you to go there, and other people are a little bit wary, especially like a young halfling on their own who doesn't know the way around the Undercity. But yeah, you go at the top of this old lake that's kind of formed in the bowels of this waterfall cave. You go past the House of the Dove, which you see is like a religious temple, but it looks like curiously absent of all movement and all worshippers. Looks a little bit eerie. As you go past the Temple of the Dove, you finally reach this like decrepit collection of farm buildings, and it looks like something out of a horror movie, like Blair Witch Project, like old farmhouse underneath in a cave, very, very devoid of light. You hear the improbable hoots of owl folk, and you see like desiccated scarecrows being propped up in the mulch that's gathered on this farm, where you really start to wonder if, mushrooms might grow there, but what else might grow there? Like, you're curious.
Yeah, it sounds like a fantastic place for her.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
Should definitely go in.
Would you investigate the buildings or the crops first?
I feel the crops. Yeah.
So you walk onto the kind of mulch, like partially refined ground that seems the most refining that seems to have been done, and the most farm work here is you see like a rusty rake that's been dragged over the mulch and rocks, and you see all kind of collection of like filth, and just a curious collection of plants that seem to be sprouting up in various different like states of readiness and ripeness. And as this like twisted scarecrow kind of like looms over you, you see a particularly plump collection of green hooded mushrooms that smell really sweet to you.
I'd definitely jump on that and try to figure out what type of mushroom it is.
Okay, roll me 3d6.
All right, it's 522.
522.
The Great Mushroom Book.
Yes.
I love it that you have.
I said they were green hooded. Closer inspection, they might be entirely different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like, there's strange light here.
Yeah.
That's green,
okay.
red.
Well, yeah. So these mushrooms, this is very thematic. They're called Queen of the Night, and their habitat is ash. And so you start to look closer at the soil below, and it's just ash. You wonder what was burnt here to grow these tall stems that thin towards the cap, uneven and slightly umbonate, with an undulating rim, pale and almost porcelain white until it spores. This majestic fungi stands proud but unremarkable until there is a new moon, where it cools blue and bioluminescent, and it triggers that to release its spores, which under a new moon are deadly poisonous, affecting the nervous system and paralyzing the heart. That's my favorite one you've done yet.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like not something you want to mess with.
You're gonna harvest those Queen of the Night mushrooms?
I mean, if I know that they're only good for poison, then she wouldn't. But if she thought there might be some sort of anesthetic kind of element to it that she could have used in smaller doses, then she would try to get one of them. Yeah.
Is that like foxglove in small quantities can fix a heart, in large quantities kills people?
Very well be, yeah.
Yeah. So you bend down and just roll me another 3d6, but I want the total this time rather than the individual rolls.
11.
Yeah. So you harvest 11 Queen of the Night mushrooms.
Sweet.
And as you are bent over, kind of foraging in the ash, you feel a tap on your shoulder.
She looks back startled. Oh.
The scarecrow that was stood over you taps you, and you instead of a mannequin made out of hay and twigs, you see that actually this twisted female appearance with long grey hair over like wrinkled pale green skin that's pulled taut against some like pointed cheekbones and chin. She looks at you through this one almost bulbous, almost like rotten egg-like eye with a tiny pupil. She like inspects you, lurching down with all kind of elbows and knees, dressed entirely in rags.
What are you doing with my mushrooms?
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I just got so carried away. I mean, I must have known they belonged to someone, but they're just cold to me.
It took me months to burn enough bones to create enough ash to grow those queens, and you've just picked 11 of them.
Oh no, I am so sorry. Let me make it up to you. I'm sure I can make it up to you if you want. Well,
Okay.
I don't have any money, but if
I don't want money. What else can you offer?
Well, I know quite a lot about mushrooms, and well, I'm sure you do as well. And also, you're quite famous. A friend of mine, Aaron, she's a servant in the manor, and Esterfax, and well, she said you dabble in some herbs and plants and things for.
You're not just after devil's root, are you?
What is that one?
It's quite addictive and unpleasant in vast quantities, but people keep coming down here from the overcity in search of ever more potent batches. It's done me quite well in the trade service in most recent years. However, I go quite bored of the customers, always wanting a new high or some other out-of-body experience. Well, let's say I could accommodate some of their wishes.
Miss Sonia, right? That is your name.
That is correct.
Well, my name is Tilly. Well, Matilda Hollytop, if you want. But Tilly to friends, and I hope we can be very good friends. I love what you do here, and I would like to learn, and maybe in turn I could help you with some of what you're doing here.
There's something odd about you, dear. I'm not just talking about your relative size or your curiosity with mushrooms.
What do you
There's
mean?
Taps you on the forehead.
something unusual.
What? What do you mean?
Well, it's two things, really.
Okay.
Strike me as odd. Here, let me. Do you mind?
No.
And she grabs you around the neck and she casts a version of like a chill touch spell and encases your entire lower body in ice.
Right. Which doesn't do anything.
Hmm.
Oh.
You, you don't feel that at all, do you?
No. No, I don't.
Well, you must enjoy the winter very much.
I definitely used to. Less than I do right now. This is one of the things I could tell you about. If you're interested in stories, I could share them as part of the payment.
Share your stories. Hmm.
And she taps the ice block around you and it just falls apart.
I'd be very interested to hear how you came about such resilience. You know Celestial?
No, but I've kind of met one.
Hmm.
It's a long story.
I've only ever seen such resilience in those born on the Midwinter's Festival. Were you born in the deepest winter, on the longest night?
Well, I'm afraid even if I did, I don't remember. There's a lot about my past that I can't recall.
Strange. You've been making bargains with unscrupulous dealmakers.
And she kind of smiles.
And she's Tilly's kind of a bit freaked out by it because obviously she know I don't know. I hope not.
Hmm. How long have you been without a memory of your past?
Well, maybe around a year, maybe a bit longer.
Foul things in the water over the past year or so.
Oh, I've got a story about that one too.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot to share, Matilda. Please come into my farmstead and regale me with tales of your adventures. Maybe I will share some of mine as well.
I would love that.
All right.
Cool.
So, even though I said we were going to deal with skill proficiencies, but this is kind of crucial to this interaction. So, it is alchemy tools that you wish to learn. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, tool proficiency is a dexterity check plus, and if you get proficiency, you can add your proficiency bonus. So I would like you to make a dex plus proficiency check. See how well the practice goes.
Okay. Cool. I don't think I'm proficient in anything, so I'll just roll plain dexterity. Proficiency is +5.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be 17.
Mm. You swap stories with Mad Sonia, and you tell her. I assume you tell her all about Panaku, about Ulril, about Trazamin, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, she's weird, obviously, and but kind of a fun weird that Tilly is into, and I think she would trust her, because anybody who's on such depth level of knowledge with the plant world, she would be trusting of. So she would.
Well, dearie, I see you have a lot of potential. I can give you some of the tools with which to create and bend some of your ingredients that you've brought all the way from the Underdark into some unique concoctions. With that, you can gain proficiency with alchemy tools, which you can customize on your sheet, and roll me a D8. Only 2. Well, with those alchemical tools, she shows you how to make 2 of Tilly's mushroom tonic, which you can add, which is a custom item.
Oh, you've created it. Fantastic. Fantastic. I love that. Is that something I'll be able to sort of, on downtime, keep creating?
You can create them with your alchemy tools like once per long rest.
Awesome.
Do you want to check? Can you find it?
1 second, just adding it. And...
Tilly with an apostrophe, Tilly's mushroom tonic.
Got it. Add to equipment and boom. Under the tutelage of Mad Sonia, Tilly has become skilled in the art of functional fungi fabrication. I like it. From the depths of the Arctic cascading. Oh, that's so sick. Very sick.
Yeah, so
I like the last sentence. It's in it's in line with what we were talking about, right? Yeah, it's great. It really is.
Oh, I didn't notice the spelling error. Yeah, I'm missing
there's no H in fungi, right?
Yeah. Well, there's also an S in last hollow, so bear with me. Hold on. Save that. Okay, so she also offers you a gift with which you will be able to bend nature more readily to the growing and cultivating of plants. She gives you the Staff of the Woodlands.
Amazing.
Ooh.
A crooked kind of quarter staff with this like gnarly twisted wood with fungi and other like creeping moss that grows up the sides of it. Not really Tilly's aesthetic, but definitely fitting with Mad Sonia's.
No, it's pretty. It's amazing. It's amazing.
You can chuck that in the chat as well if you want, just for the others.
Yeah. There's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's loads more free spells basically.
Yeah,
and you can turn your staff into a tree.
Oh my god! But that's like a one-off, right? Tree form. Can you spend 1 charge?
One charge.
Oh, 1 charge, and then I can. Okay, so we're somewhere where we're fucked, and then I use my charge, and then we get the fuck out through a tree, right?
Exactly.
You gave me a free way out. fantastic. It's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it. It doesn't even require attunement, which is even more amazing.
Oh, the staff says requires attunement by a druid.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it only showed up in my attunement items when I equipped it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty much it. I think I did kind of mention there was a bits about Humphrey, which I was kind of keen to do, but if you feel like this would be a bit too much, I'm so that there was the training aspect of him to like was hoping he could like train him and show him like how to like drag an unconscious person away from the battle or something like that, which is one element. And then the other thing I was thinking was the riding thing, because it kind of keeps coming back to me as something that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Over a year, you can train your dog to let you ride him, and I think Humphrey, if he was ever in a battle situation and you ordered him, used a bonus action to tell him to drag someone, he would do it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, and then whether or not I'd be able to commission and how much it would cost, I think she would have to go speak to Jacob about money because she's out.
She's out. Yeah.
But there's some sort of a saddle / armor situation for him.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you can get that I'm sure it's an actual item like Mastiff armor or something. If not, we'll have a look. It might upgrade his AC. But I'll have a look. Or it might just be a different creature, like a war mastiff, or I can't remember. I mean, the mastiff stat block. I mean, it's got armor in the picture. Do you know what I mean? It's like 12 armor class.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so it'd be more just for flavor than anything, I think.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll take it. I don't. Yeah, he's.
You can add your. She would give you. Sonia would give you the healing kits, but she would make one request of you after you've stayed with her for a while, and she's helped you concoct these salves, and she's listened to all of your stories. You notice over the days and weeks that you spend together that Sonia holds her tongue. You catch this like protracted gazes towards you as if she's really churning something over in her mind, and you catch her more than once wanting to say something and then not saying.
Right. Okay. Well, I think she'd like inquire about it, like after she's noticed it enough times, and her insight is pretty great, right? So she'd inquire about it and ask what it is that troubles her.
I've enjoyed the time that we've spent together, Tilda. And you are an avid student who maintains their attention longer than all the seekers of devil root that usually darken my door.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it very much too.
But I am a being who, like all beings, covets power and experiences. And your gift, your ability, excites me. The things I could do if I didn't feel that chill at my back as the wind blows through this blasted cave, as if that dragon's breath was still at the nape of my neck. Ugh. I hate it. just want to be warm.
I can build you a fireplace.
Hmm. You carry your power with such innocence that I didn't want to interrupt your stories of glory and heroism with my insights about your past. However, I will trade you.
Please go on.
If you give up your winter's blessing, then I may be able to tell you why that amulet weighs so heavy around your neck.
Take it. Take it now. If you can, do it.
Now I knew you would readily give up a gift so selfless as you are. However, are you sure, Matilda, that you're ready for my suppositions about where that amulet came from and what power it may hold?
Well, the one thing I haven't told you was one time someone spoke to me through it, and well, they inferred that there might have been some sort of bargain that I have made. And I am terrified of it. I don't know who the person that made the bargain is or who she was, whether it's a person that I would recognize and like even, or be scared of. So, to tell you the truth, I don't know if I'm ready. I don't think I'd ever know if I was ready. But deep inside, I just feel I need to know, right? If there's something that I have done or something I have hurt in the past, I need to know that, because that's the only way I'll be able to maybe fix it.
It is so difficult to watch an innocent child like you labor under the weight of a responsibility she doesn't even know she carries. I take pity on you, child, and it's so kind of you to come and warm my decrepit heart with your joyfulness and lust for learning. So I will take my pound of flesh, and I will grant you some insight. But I warn you, you may not like what you come to learn. This is your final chance to back out.
She will sort of put her hand on her chest to feel her skin, because since the blessing, her skin was always just a tiny bit colder to the touch than it was before. and she'll just feel that and speak the words to Oral, whatever shape, form she might be in this at this time. And she will just say, I have enjoyed your blessing and cherished it as I cherish you as one of the powerful who take care of the nature that creates and binds this world together. And I cherish you. Please do not be offended at me giving up your gift. I will promise to the end of my life, I will carry the burden and I will carry for the nature and the natural order of things, even if I can't carry your gift anymore. Please forgive me, Oral, the Lady of Winter.
As you utter those words, the hooting owl that you heard outside kind of hoots into a increasing frenzy, and you hear the flapping and rapping of a bird on the windowsill of Mad Sonia's farmstead. And as you look around, distracted by this intrusion, this ruffled owl rocking its dexterous neck back and forth inspects you as you turn to meet its gaze. Its eyes flash blue. And just as you're about to restate your promise to Oral, you feel a cold hand on your shoulder. A chill like you've not felt for months. You start to shiver and shake as this divine blessing is stolen from you, given away, the promise of some darker knowledge.
Ah, that does it. Oh, I feel all warm all of a sudden. Are you okay, dear?
Just a bit cold.
She waves a hand as a cantrip makes the bonfire flare up, and the firelight in your eyes now is alluring. This warmth is a warmth that you need. It's a warmth that is thawing a chill in your very bones that has existed for months and months. You want to get closer and closer. As you stand as close as you can, Mad Sonia lurches behind you.
The fire feels good, doesn't it?
Yes. It's warm and welcoming and homely.
It's always felt good to you, Matilda. For fire is a power you have wielded before.
I can't remember that.
Yes. Yes. Your bargain was forged in fire and flesh. Take off your clothes.
Okay, she'll do that. A bit freaked out.
And as you stand there, naked in the firelight, all but for the amulet, which you forget to take off, you feel the warmth across your entire body.
Yes. You and the amulet are inseparable. You've had it for as long as you can remember, haven't you?
Yes.
It contains part of you, part of what you would never give up, part of what you would give anything to save. It is that which is most precious to you. I wonder, do you have any idea of what might reside inside the amulet?
I don't. I'm afraid.
Is it not true in the stories that you told me of Trasimir and the Star Seekers, that all you've ever really craved from them is a sense of care, belonging, and connection? Something to stifle the loneliness, a sense of purpose and compassion, that which would come so readily between members of a family.
Yeah, that's true.
Was it not your heart that nearly stopped in Silvercrest when you inquired at the dwarf's jewellery shop about a halfling family that passed through there not a year before? Your quest for your family has been confined to the material plane. But you should look deeper. Further down. Beneath the surface.
And with that, she waves her hand as the bonfire grows even more.
Yes. Reach out, Matilda, and touch it.
I'm afraid.
You had a chance to back out. You did not take it. If you want to know the truth, if you want me to help point you in the right direction, then the time for fear has gone, elapsed. Steel yourself as you did in Half-Blood Prison when faced with the extermination of your friends, and touch it.
She'll reach out her hand slowly towards the flame, and then the last bit before she touches it, it's almost like a sharp, quick move, like forcing herself to get through, get past that fear.
As you grit your teeth and thrust your hand into the fire, I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm,
16.
Okay. That's a failure. And I want you to take 26 points of fire damage as you willingly thrust yourself into the fire. It hurts. As you instinctively try to back out, you feel the hand of Mad Sonia keep you in the fire.
Yes. It feels familiar, doesn't it?
It burns.
Yes. It burns.
Do you want to stay in the fire or try and escape?
She wants to know. At this point, she wants to know.
Okay. Do you intentionally fail the next Constitution saving throw, or would you like to roll it again?
Do you explain to me the narrative difference?
Just roll it. Doesn't matter. I'm overcomplicating it. Roll. Okay.
Even less now.
Yeah, take another 26 points of fire damage. You feel now your hair and skin begin to burn, and the smell of burning flesh consumes the farmhouse.
Withstand a little bit longer. Truth will be revealed. Burn!
Make one more Constitution saving throw.
Ooh.
16 again.
Another 26 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Now all you hear is unhinged cackling as Mad Sonia starts throwing ash and other spell components into the fire as you become a component to a spell. And she's just laughing wildly.
Number of characters of Lucas's have gone evil. 2.
She then grabs a bucket of ice water and throws it across the fire, dousing the flames, filling the room with white ash and grey smoke. Tilly, naked and burnt. What do you do?
I drop to the floor, just in shock. I think I don't. Being burnt is a massive shock to the system. So, I guess she would try to reach out to Wild Mother's power to do what she does best, which is healing magic.
As you begin to utter the somatic components of a healing spell,
No! Wait. Endure. Come here, Matilda. See what your pain has brought you before you extinguish it.
Okay, yeah, I will stop casting and try to stand up.
Sonia bends down and raises you to your feet.
Poor child. I knew it would be difficult. That's why I held my tongue for weeks. But the truth is wrought in flesh. Come and look.
And she comes and stands you in front of an old, dusty mirror, lay askew, propped against a wall. She brushes it down. I want you to make a perception check.
Okay. Jesus Christ, Dan. All right, that's a crit. 29.
That was the roll you really wanted to crit on. Matilda, amidst the burnt hair and scarring, you can see from the bottom of your chin to your instep on the top of your foot, sprawled across your body from left hand to right, back to front, up and down is an infernal contract written into your flesh.
Holy fuck.
I can speak Infernal, as you know.
And this is how you learnt it. When it was wrought into your skin by a fiend. I did not expect you to uncover it so quickly with a crit. I was going to drop you some clues.
Okay.
But with a crit, I'm going to make a pledge to you now to, by the next session, I will give you the entire contract in full Infernal script.
Fun.
I can give you the gist of it.
Sure, let's do it.
The gist is that in your home village, or town rather, of Jadewater, that your loved ones were under threat of extermination. You were a wildfire druid, one that cultivated the forest, but whose management went too deep, who burned too far. You awoken something. You awoken something so powerful that it threatened to exterminate the entire population of Jadewater, including your entire and extended family. You bargained with the beast, but it was impervious to your requests. It gave you 1 day to evacuate Jadewater. The memories now come flooding back. You didn't have enough time. You didn't have any evidence. You had a promise from a beast deep inside a forest that no one ever went to. You were laughed out of town. And when midnight struck, you knew you were the only one who knew what doom would await everyone you ever loved. And in that moment, time froze. And you were given the opportunity to save your family. And being given the power to survive while everybody else couldn't. The bargain you made was for the souls of your family, all of which now reside in your amulet. The cost was your memory of them and your ability to hurt anybody ever again. You can go back on the deal anytime you want. If Matilda Hollytop were to intentionally hurt another being with her own 2 hands, then the souls of her family would be lost forever and bound to the curator's museum. the infernal contract is signed by the frog fiend himself, the curator.
Okay. Just two quick questions. I mean, I'll have more, but we can do that later. Very two quick questions. First one is, the curator was the force I awakened.
No, the curator was, in your desperation when there was nobody else to turn to, he came to you.
And he stopped the whatever was awakened in the forest.
Oh, he. That was your hope. However, Jadewater burned, and instead of your family's souls being confined to whatever plane, you didn't save their bodies, but you saved their souls, and they are in your amulet.
Okay. And do I know? Oh, holy shit! We never been to Jadewater, right?
Nope.
No. And the thing that was affecting my wild shape was sort of like a side effect.
You are not, because naturally you are not a moon druid. You're a wildfire druid, so you couldn't control your wild shape as well as another moon druid might.
Oh shit! Okay. Fuck.
And your unwillingness to hurt someone was just a rationalization of the promise that you made. The bargain.
Okay. No. Wow. That's a lot. I don't want to take too much time. There's others to deal with.
Yeah.
So
well, the crit happened. It's not no one's fault.
Yeah. No. Yeah. We'll flesh some of this out. But I think I think what I wanted to add is, as she kind of goes on, and from that she does the healing, and she's fully healed with, her magic. When she fully heals, she had a long blonde hair put in a thick braid all the way back to her waist. When everything comes back, the hair doesn't grow any more than past the sort of ear length. So she just has these short, kind of spiky hair a little bit instead. That's one of the things that she's.
I guess heal or regenerate wouldn't necessarily affect your hair, would it? So.
No. Well, I mean, I think it normally you'd assume it just restores you to whatever you were before you got hurt. But this is sort of for narrative reasons. She's definitely changed by this. And does the contract fade?
Yeah, when you heal, it fades.
It's like freaking One Ring. I'm the One Ring. Okay, that is
you into the fire.
That is thick. Okay, but nothing about my class until we go further with the narrative. Nothing changes.
Oh, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to go back to being a wildfire druid. You can do, but yeah, we can talk about that.
Sure. Yeah. Wow. Sorry guys for taking so long. This was.
But presumably, if you did go back to a wildfire druid, then that's you like going to hurting people again, and you'd lose those souls, or.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, she wouldn't. She knows the nature of the. But she's obviously gonna. This is some major traumatic stress here, with however many souls she's effectively responsible for killing in Jadewater. She will need to go there at some point and find out what the hell happened, and yeah, okay, wow.
And you were so close on your boat journey as well. Dropping smoke off at Tiger's watch.
Yeah. Well, she had no idea.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's plenty for you to be mulling over, Lucas.
I think so. Thank you.
All right. So, Smoke, thank you for being so patient, John.
No problem. I enjoyed that.
I enjoyed playing Mad Sonia finally. Right. So, you told pretty much, well, the group chat what you wanted to. I think what I wanted to do, you've already kind of hinted at one of them. I want you to pick like 3 clan leaders that you want to reveal the truth or what you have learned at least about Urkashindi to. This is what we're doing. We're trying to prep for the next clan meeting, right?
Yeah, the goal is to get every clan leader in on it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wanted to, what I take from this is, who am I going to approach first to
yeah, exactly.
Tactfully,
in this time.
Yeah. And hopefully that'll be the best. So, one would be the Golden Scale, who's the leader of the Roman Desert clan in Candlewood Forest. Reason being for that, the description of the Roman Desert clan. They're the proud clan of exotic warriors from across the sands. They uphold peace across the remote mid-regions of the Isles, and command respect from the elves and the commitment to keeping order. They issue bounties and they engage proactively with settled cities in order to maintain peace. So he's important because I feel like that history of maintaining peace and having a lot of experience with other races and cultures on the Isles.
Yeah.
That's going to be important because I'm about to illustrate to him that you've seen how other cultures' gods work, and Urkashindi hasn't.
Do you want to RP it? Shall we RP it?
We can do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, you traverse. You'd be traveling like day and night, but obviously. With your feline agility and kind of tips and kind of like ancient passageways and, Tabaxis being native to the Isles, you could make it to Candlewood Forest as one of the places. When you get there, hold on.
Sunshine would come along as well, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm just thinking, would that be the easiest way to get to? Actually, the Barren Hills would be closer and still within the territory, all the way up to like Traitor's Peak and Caster's Crater, all around there. Sure. You would go very close to Jadewater without actually going there. But yeah, you find this like rocky, desolate expanse, and you'd probably be there, maybe in the like autumn time. So these kind of like howling winds. It's extremely sparse. You actually kind of go out of your way like a number of days at various points on your trip to like track down like wandering merchants who you'd physically tracked like the footprints of. And it's so desperate and so desolate is this kind of environment. I just want you to make like a Constitution saving throw for me because this is a particularly arduous journey for you.
Yeah, character sheet. Con save.
Yeah. I'm going to use that as like an indicator of just like overall how exhausted you would be by the end. And, we're talking like 2 or 3 levels of exhaustion.
Could I use my Indomitable feat to make a reroll?
Yeah, sure.
I do. I've got a couple of them per long rest, so might as well be making use of that.
28 is much better. You feel yourself wavering at various points of the journey, but perhaps the discovery that you made in Avernus in the afterlife spurs you on to waste no time.
Yeah.
You eventually come across a wandering band of tabaxi travelers, all with like idiosyncratic armor, as if it's been like cobbled together from scraps that they've found. Imagine like tabaxi Mad Max clan. That's the Roman desert clan. Yeah, like rusty shit and like spikes coming out here, there, and everywhere. You are happened upon first by Dive of the Falcon, or Falcon, who is a griffin rider tabaxi, and he kind of swoops down, and he recognizes you from like early clan meetings. Well, Smoking Mirror, is it? You're a long way from home.
Long way, Falcon.
What are you doing? You're gonna get lost. The sandstorms are real bitch recently.
Tell me about it. I need to meet with Gold.
Ah, Gold hides away like always, in the caves. Come on. Hop on the back, I take you to him.
Yeah, hop on.
And yeah, with Dive's help, Falcon's help, you are taken to a like remote like ravine in the barren hills, really, really inaccessible. You know, you can see why a tabaxi clan has like thrived in these rocks. They're so impassable to like normal people, especially people who might wear armor. And you see this like kind of cave network that kind of spreads, you know, from low down cracks in the earth to like almost mountain tops. There's little bridges that go between these ravines and craters until you're taken to the near summit, or you know, halfway down the barren hills, almost to the edge of the elven territories. And lit in like a huge cave with loads and loads of like cave drawings and like collections of like different trinkets stowed away like a magpie's hoard. You see the clan leader Golden Scale. He's this huge like leoprine tabaxi with black ears and an intense like rusty brown eyes and like a long nose. He almost has this like permanently like intense or fearful look, like a spooked cat all the time. And he is equally paranoid and startled by your arrival. Smoking Mirror, what do you darken my door with? Is there bad news?
I look for a moment. Smoke kind of almost instinctively be like, no, not bad news, but then kind of doesn't know how to answer the question. Will drop to a knee and bow. Golden Scale, it is a great honor to attend to your caverns. Your roaming desert clan embodies what I revere most in the tabaxi. And I'll go to like shake his hand.
Yeah, I just want you to make like a straight charisma check.
I think these are just flat checks. Yeah.
He like stretches out a paw and like hunches over. He's like a live tabaxi with like quite thin like arms and legs. But yeah, he stretches out a paw and like takes your hand and shakes you, but he doesn't let you go. He does one of those like overly long handshakes while he's like maintains unblinking eye contact. Whoa, why do you travel this far? You have not visited here since well, you've never visited here.
And for that I'm very sorry. I've come
Well.
because I wish to call another clan meeting. Not just an annual meet. For fun and games and culture. I need every leader of every clan to meet at Tiger's Watch.
Well, you call clan meeting, and it would be unusual if everybody turned up to every meeting, but we all try our best. Is this some kind of change in administration? Are they mandatory by punishment of death or exile now?
No punishment. Far from it, Gold. I don't
Good.
require your servitude. I require your assistance, your help, brother to brother.
What? How can the roaming desert clan assist you?
Walk with me. I've never seen these lands with my own eyes. Show me of the culture of your clan.
Yes.
Do a walk and talk.
Yeah, sure. He takes you out onto the cliff face, and hold on. Bear with me. I'm just getting my notes on this. Give me a second. Okay. He takes you through Rock Howl Caverns, and this is like your equivalent to Nimble Step, this kind of like rustic, like semi in partnership with nature and semi kind of manufactured like homesteads. You see a lot of tabaxi who are like more adept at like mining. You see like a lot of like pickaxe equipment, climbing gear. And the climbing gear is like totally different for tabaxi. It's like almost like where tabaxi claws are like natural climbing equipment. The climbing gear is like an extra glove with like 3 or 4 sets of extra claws. Connected by like chains and like brass cuffs and anklets, and you see like tabaxi, they wear like almost like it's bandanas or hoods to keep like the dust off their faces and out of their fur, and you see them like scampering and scurrying around the rock faces. Some of them emerge from dark caverns with like bundles of offerings, like some jewels or some like equipment that they've found. Like I said, all very kind of slapdash and stuff that they've recovered like from the desert. Other tabaxi emerge from the caverns with bundles that are, baby tabaxis. Actually, after spending maybe half an hour amongst Rock Howl Caverns, you think that actually people think that oh, sorry, I can hear myself there, Gareth.
Oh, I haven't changed anything. I don't know what's suddenly happened. Sorry, mate.
I don't know. But yeah, this is one of the largest clans. I mean, you knew it was large anyway, but they're everywhere. Now they know that it's kind of safe to come out and meet you. You see different families in the clans like lining up on the edge to like wave down at you. They're pleased to see you, but obviously very curious about why you're here. You can see the roaming desert clan. They are not used to extending their welcome, but they're proud to do it, and we are proud to serve.
Gold, this is beautiful. I'm so proud of you, my brother. So many of you. So authentic to your tabaxi selves, yet you improvise with everything around you. You live here in the most harsh of conditions, grow your families together. You maintain peace with the outer cultures and races. Truly, Gold, it is my honor to witness this.
My father and mother were skilled diplomats. They used to encourage trade routes to bend this way into the barren hills. We would offer safe passage and protection from the desert in exchange for trinkets and baubles. Long have these passages been safe and kept that way by roaming desert clan.
Then, Gold, you are well prepared from what I need from you next. This will be a long story, my friend. Perhaps a bit of, in a nutshell, yeah. Along with Sunshine's help, with his bardic abilities, tell him about just basically mainly the whole situation with Mala, and how everything we went through there and his transformation, and that's now gone, and how sort of Mala basically like dissed Tabaxi kind, saying that we weren't worthy anymore to have him as the god of the hunt and all that sort of thing, and then cap it all off with Kashindi hasn't served us, and I'd had the vision, well, not vision, I'd had the experience in death to have met him in a layer of hell, and
you have been to the realms beyond.
It's not been a pleasant experience, but yes.
Usually when Tabaxi die within clan territory, we bring them peace at the bottom of the cavern. As you know, in Tabaxi die at clan meeting, through ritualistic battle, then the attendants, they take them to the forbidden lands at the top of the mountain. Surely someone on Tagger's watch would know what resides at the top, though they may be forbidden to speak of it.
Tis that forbiddance that veil brought over our eyes, where Kashindi is no god but wields great power over many of the clan leaders. It is our blindness to accept the restrictions, to fear reaching the summit. That is what has led us away from the truth.
Do you intend to climb this summit?
I do. Brother, will you climb with me?
Make a persuasion check. At advantage, because you come all the way to see him.
Okay, so, okay, I'm at least proficient. Let's go. Oh, only 10.
I will have to confer with the families. We are keen to support you, Smoking Mirror, but my clan has not lasted and thrived as long as it has for taking risks, let alone spitting in the face of your Kashindi. You will know my loyalties at the beginning of the next clan meeting, I promise you.
if I can lend them with the blessing of the roaming desert clan, then you will have them.
I understand, brother. And at least if you will not climb, then please speak at the meeting. Be honest. You have not to persuade the other clan members of anything that I request. I want you there, brother.
You have done your credibility no harm in my eyes, Smoking Mirror. And I expected much less of you, Sunshine at Night. And he kind of like puffs his chest out, knowing not to speak. Where do you go from here?
I will meet with the Sinking Mist clan.
Hmm. You go back towards the Western Isles. It's a long way.
Indeed it is.
Let Falcon guide you. You can take a griffin. It is the season where many griffin are born. It is time for one or two of them to fly the nest and see if they have what it takes. I would be honored if you were to break one of them in for us.
The honor is mine. I have only but one more request. Let Sunshine and I stay with you for another day.
But of course, Beauty and Dust, they will make sure you have everything you need.
I see that the roaming desert has no shortage of beauty nor dust.
Quite. Now, let me show you something I found in the desert last week. But yeah, he just goes off on one and starts, just showing you lots of different like curiosities and stuff. Just detritus from wars gone by hundreds of years ago. An avid historian, Gold. But yeah, you stay with him for a little while. Are we going on to the Sinking Mist clan?
I think so, yeah. The reason I choose the Sinking Mist clan with their leader Emerald Light is because they were reluctant to join the settlement wars, and they said not to respect the will of Urkashindi as much as the other clans, which sees them drop down the pecking order at clan meetings, perhaps not as respected by the other clans, but I'm going to try and change that.
Okay. So you're going to take a griffin across the Isles?
Yeah. Sounds badass.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Just make a animal handling check for me.
Ooh, I don't think I'm very good at these either. Let's see.
You're not going to fall, are you? That's not
15.
too bad.
Yeah, 15's not bad at all. Let's say it's not the smoothest ride. We'd probably say that Sunshine is probably scared shitless, screaming and spooking this new fledgling griffin. But with a couple of stops, you manage to make it, in a couple of days across the Isles. Back to Crescent Lake, on the outskirts of Last Hollow. I believe, if that's where I'm going. Yeah. Between Last Hollow and Queen's Ferry.
Yep, cool.
You see a permanent settlement with buildings. And when the griffin sets down and Falcon heads back, he
he waves on. These tabaxi put their roots down a long time ago. They abandoned the old ways. I wouldn't trust them.
I don't know about all that. Abandoning the old ways sounds all the more reasonable to me.
And he nods. See you at the next meeting. Smoking mirror. Flies off. So yeah, you find Liminar. And it is just a almost waterborne settlement on the edge of the Crescent Lake. The settlements are connected by jetties of wood that have just kind of expanded onto the lake in a kind of like water world kind of construction that sits on the edge of the shoreline. As you are set down on the shore side, you see many of these tabaxis run around kind of like not wearing armor. They're in kind of like robes or togas. And on this night, you see the moonlit reflection on Crescent Lake kind of give this almost like ethereal lunar glow to the place. It's really beautiful. Someone kind of like combing the beach at Crescent Lake, kind of dragging like a rake behind them, hunched over this kind of grey tabaxi with like white leopard spots, kind of like drags this rake over to you as you set down yourselves and the griffins take off.
Who goes there?
Smoking mirror. And you are?
I am cover of clouds. You have not been here before?
Regretfully, no, I have not. I see beautiful land before me. Beautiful lake blessed by the moon itself. It must be a pleasure to live here.
It's quiet. We don't get many people intruding, especially at this time of night.
It's good. Silence in the night alone must leave you with time to reflect, truly learn of yourself.
This time I want you to make another straight charisma check.
18.
You seem to appreciate the natural order of things here in Crescent Lake.
Indeed, I've spent a long time among many civilizations, even planes beyond this one. Yet still, none remain as beautiful as the natural order of things, where we make our homes.
Well, what business do you have in this particular place? Do you bring good tidings, a blessing, news from a clan meeting?
A blessing on your clan will be yours to decide for yourselves. But clan meeting, yes, I need to speak to Emerald Light.
I will take you to them. Follow me.
And instead of going out onto the watery huts, cover takes you in land where the kind of wooden huts give way to clay huts that are all built in kind of these grey dome shapes. That's not built for defense, but for longevity. And you see kind of cat eye reflections in the night as people curiously look out from their abodes as you make your way towards a stone circle. And this is curiously reminiscent to you of the arrangement at the Sacred Crystal Clan on Pride Mount, where they all kind of sat round and worshipped this huge crystal. At the middle, in this stone circle, you see a much smaller crystal, not more than 3 feet tall. However, it is, and for what it is, which becomes clear as you approach it, it is the most valuable emerald you've ever seen. It's huge. And it reflects the moon's light in this pale green glow that kind of bounces off all of these grey clay huts. And approaching you from behind this huge emerald is a hooded tabaxi.
The time has come sooner than I expected, Smoking Mirror.
You foretold my visit?
The mist, it reaches out to us and speaks. We have but to listen. I am Emerald Light, dedicated to this sacred jewel. Tell me, Smoking Mirror, can you hear its call?
Dare I say it is more beautiful than the jade of my home mountains. I'll try and do my best to listen to the call of the mist.
I want you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw. Oh, crit.
As you approach this huge emerald, you kneel down as it glows reflectively in the moonlight. You begin to hear a heartbeat. Your own first, and then that of Emerald Lights, and then that of everybody within 120 feet. You begin to hear their thoughts.
Why has Distant River Clan come so unexpectedly? He's never come here before. He must bring bad news. What does Emerald Light want to speak with him about? Will she tell him our secrets? Maybe he covets the jewel. The Emerald Light must not fall into the wrong hands.
All these different concerns and curiosities. You hear them all in your mind.
I just look towards Light with an expression of knowing this affirmation.
silently, in recognition, she speaks to you. So, you can reach out and touch the Emerald's essence like we can. It has been a long time since another Tabaxi member chose to listen instead of talk.
Oh, perhaps a few years ago, this would have been lost on me. But I now recognize the importance to listen to others, especially our lost cousins from across the Isles. I come foremost with an apology on behalf of your cousins in the distant rivers. For too long has your respect among the clans been low, simply because you dejected the will of Erkashindi. It is that which I wish to speak with you about.
Tell me, distant river, who are your closest clan cousins? Which clan do you fall so readily beside in battle?
The trailing coasts. Many of my cousins there. We grew together.
Many of our cousins were of the Sacred Crystal clan. Since Pride Mount's eruption, we know many of them perished. We know that you were there. Tell me, what was your involvement in their demise? How many of them still live?
It was by my hand that almost every last one was wiped out. I was fortunate, was able to quell my rage. Though it was not at my hand or that of my companions. Their isle did fall. I only know of one that survived. And to him, I gave him freedom.
You speak of Ignis.
Yes.
We saw wyverns fly in the days after the eruption. We think that maybe more survived than you suggest, which is a good thing.
For so long, they were exiled. It became clear to me later that Erkashindi blinded our ways. Many of our cousins, our brothers and sisters, were shunned from their families because of an old culture, because of bad blood. I'd only wish I'd seen it sooner.
Sometimes the lure of power is a beacon too tempting to ignore. But it seems like you may be turning away from that compulsion in order to listen to the things that really matter.
loyalty. Like remembrance.
It pains me that I am so young, Emerald Light. I have not but a tenth of your wisdom.
And what do you, so lacking in wisdom, come to request of me this night, Smoking Mirror?
First, I wish to learn. I wish to meet my long-lost cousins. Try and, like, sort of project the thought out to everyone around as I'm saying that.
You hear like, oh, he wants to speak to us? No, surely. Like all these kinds of surprise.
I might not have as much wisdom, but I do have tales. If you'd humor me, let us spend the night in regaling and drink and eat together.
Make a persuasion check at advantage.
Come on, smoke.
18.
We will dine under the moonlight this night, and you will tell us of your trials and tribulations. Your reputation precedes you, Smoking Mirror, and my clan has grown inward-looking. It's time we tried to look outwards once again.
Yeah, you spend time swapping stories. Are you mainly telling, or is there something you want to find out from them, or anything you want to find out?
I would want to learn about them. Maybe not something specific, but just how they've been living and how their culture has worked, and how they've lived without engaging in worship to Urkashindi. And I'd definitely like to hear about the history of them and the Sacred Crystal Clan.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do all of the listening and all of the respect before I request anything of them.
Yeah. You get the impression that they only joined the settlement wars when Gideon Lecheria took Last Hollow and slew Ralathine. There are rumors that the crystal is connected to Ralathine in some way. But even so, its appearance on the edge of Crescent Lake drew the Tabaxi clan together. They could hear and feel each other's pain all of a sudden. They became more connected than they'd ever been. And the ones who travelled furthest felt the pain and isolation of the Sacred Crystal Clan. Saw their persecution at the hands of pirates and settlers alike as an affront to all Tabaxi kind. However, by virtue of their location, they came between warriors of Queen's Ferry and Last Hollow, and having multiple borders to fight on and only a medium-sized clan to fight with, they were not able to sustain many offensive maneuvers, and it quickly became about protecting their own. So they retreated back towards the Crescent Lake, cursing their inability to help the Sacred Crystal Clan, and cursing some of the other clans for not coming to this far west of the Isles to help.
think that if they're picking up on my sort of emotions and what I'm thinking, then they'd feel like a genuine like regret and pain over having acted on some of those wrongful assumptions, the bad blood, and the way he saw the Sacred Crystal Clan, and very deep felt revelation about them.
Mm-hmm. A genuine change of heart.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm. They feel that empathy as they are keen to with this strange psychic connection that they all share. And thus, you lingering on a request isn't kept from them for very long. Inquiries are made. Light encourages you to be honest. How can the Sinking Mist clan help?
I guess I'd start off with, well, it's a long story, and then with Sunshine's help, maybe in song and maybe just in Sunshine's music as well. Maybe he doesn't need to sing the lyrics, like they feel through his music and expresses what
he can just imagine the stories and everybody else can see them in their minds.
Everything with Panaku, with Mala, with Urkashindi, and just at the cusp of the request, I would just ask like how they came to reject Urkashindi.
At this point, you are taken over by light to a bubble of a cauldron. Bubble. And he takes you into his like witch doctor hut.
Smoking mirror. You wish to gain an insight into the truth that we have come to realize. Tell me what you know about dragons.
I know they bleed, thankfully, when one is bearing down on you, looking for its next meal.
You have fought one.
More than one, though victory was hard to come by. They are highly intelligent, ancient beings.
Yes. But like all beings that are searching for some truth or covet some power, they tend to bend their will towards receiving it or taking it. Like many beings on the Isles, dragons also worship gods. Ukashindi is real, but he is no god. Let me show you the god that resides in Urkashindi's plane of being. And with that, sprinkles some emerald dust into a pot and adds a few other ingredients. The potent mixture of caustic chemicals hiss and burn inside this pot as green fire begins to emerge. It then doesn't take long for that fire and that heat to feel familiar. That same heat that you felt after dying. That same heat on your body that melted or cracked, fractured that metal skin.
through the clouds and the sinking mist created from this cauldron, you can see a plain of volcanic fire, brimstone, and never-ending torment.
This is where Irkashindi casts his aspersions from. It's where he deigns to take all Tabaxi's souls and bend them to his malevolent will, like some kind of trophy. But he is not the power people on this plane fear.
I'd like you to make a perception check, Smoke.
Do you feel it? Do you feel that inescapable terror? The caged god, bound to Avernus, keeping all other beings of evil cowering in their mountain caves. Rats.
Unfortunately, Smoke with a 9. You're not sure what he's talking about. The mist is choking, stifling. Your eyes water.
I struggle to see. My vision clouded.
You will see in time. But from what you have told us about your vision beyond your death, then you see the truth as I do. As we all do in the Sinking Mist clan. Kashindi is no more than a myth. A puppeteer from a realm beyond, with no material impact on the lives of Tabaxi here on Cerulea. His hold on our clans must be loosened, and his backwards paw must be chopped from his limb.
Then it is clear to me. I need make no request. I'd only need to provide you a seat at our council. Will you join me?
There's no need to roll.
If now we have a clan leader who listens when Sinking Mists speak, then you can count on our loyalty.
Put my hand on the shoulder. When you pray to Erakashindi, he has not listened, but I will.
Emerald light steps in through the mist. We will fall by your side, if that is what it takes. But no more will Sinking Mist clan be late to a war that could decide our futures. We will not falter. We will not delay. You have our backing, Smoking Mirror.
I wouldn't say it, but I wouldn't be able to help feel the emotion and imagine when prompted by that thought of if it came to war again and the unification of the Tabaxi, just this image of final unification of all the clans come together to our previous ancestral strength for our righteous place. If it ever came to war, we'd all stand side by side. It's like a glorious and deep emotion to him.
As the mist clears, Emerald Light puts her hands on your shoulder And although she says nothing, there is a knowing look in her eye that you share the same ambition. And at that point, Sunshine at Night. Nobody talks to each other in this clan. Why are you two just staring at each other? It's been this way for minutes.
You're younger than I, Sunshine. Still a great deal more to learn.
I don't understand.
Maybe you should stay a while.
I don't know. Everybody kind of looks suspicious here. I'm used to getting strange looks, but at least I get insults to know where I stand. Makes me nervous.
Sunshine, these are your own cousins. You have nothing to fear here.
If you say so, boss.
Light, I couldn't live with the regret if I didn't take this opportunity to spend a night under this moonlight in the mist here with my family. Will you allow us to stay?
You can make a home in Liminar for as long as you need, Smoking Mirror.
Yeah, spend a night here as well.
And was there a final clan that you wanted to meet in your downtime?
I'm going to go with, even though I think tactfully there could be a better clan to go for, I need to see True Peak. And I can't delay it. I should point out what I wanted to point out at the beginning. I would have left the glaive at home with the Distant Rivers clan. And when I go to meet with True Peak, go back home, get the glaive again, and I'm gonna try and my plan is to take it back to True Peak. So that's the next stop.
Okay. I mean, you've been to see the Trailing Coasts before, so we don't need to do like lots of the world building.
Yeah.
They have their like mobile camp in the Huntertop Mountains and the Lunar Grove. You know that True Peak is this big white tabaxi, and you present him with the glaive.
Yeah. No, tell him, brother, you have my utmost gratitude for bestowing me with this powerful artifact of your people. It has fought many battles by my side and won me many victories. Without it, I don't know if I'd be here to visit you today. It was a great burden and a regret. I must offer it back to you, True Peak.
He like snatches it out of your hand without saying a word. And he regards it, inspecting its form and the any kind of wear on its structure or sharpness. And then he like bursts out laughing. And he starts scratching his back with it. Better than it lying around here collecting dust like ornament. You bless us by spilling blood with this weapon, and I'm glad it brought you victories. Now, you will stay and tell us tales of the foes you sliced and diced with my weapon, won't you?
Of course, Peak. This weapon, they say, is blessed by Urkashindi's magics. But I have
Yes,
learned
indeed.
that is not the truth, True Peak. It is
What do you
clear to me
mean?
that this is blessed by your own power and will. The might, the almighty power of True Peak is far beyond and a greater honor than anything Urkashindi could bestow upon us. Come, sit with me a while. I'll start we go through the tales.
Okay. You can do a persuasion check at advantage because True Peak is one of your most staunch supporters.
Yeah.
Behind smoke.
22.
True Peak eats it up. He had kind of laboured under the misapprehension that praying to Urkashindi is just like a tradition that you do, but in all of his experience, he's never seen a divine intervention, he's never seen prayers answered, he's never seen resurrections in Urkashindi's name, and actually what you say to him makes a lot of fucking sense, and he is outraged.
We've been made to look fools by a tiger that sits atop a mountain on a plain of fire. I will bathe in his blood.
His power pales in comparison to that of the unification of our peoples, True Peak. I'd like to rush up that mountain right now with you. Your arms look strong, ready to climb. But
I will break rock to break into his cave and feast upon his bones.
there is time yet. We'll hold another meeting for all of the clans, every leader, every clan around the Isles. It's a great deal of time we must spend in reaching out to them all.
I can help with that. For all my experience holds some sway over some of the lesser clans. And don't get me started on Three Bear. That big lug will do whatever I tell him to. You've done...
Every one of them, every leader, deserves to see what's at the top of that mountain. You have been blinded for all the other cultures and races on these isles, for everything that happened in the settlement wars. Nothing holds us back. Nothing oppresses us so much as our own limiting belief. Our own fear of that listless tiger that sits in his mountain, surrounded by meaningless trinkets and gold. Once this is done, True Peak, it will be a new age for the Tabaxi, for all of our kind.
I am pleased to see such vigor in your voice, such commitment in your dedications. But I urge you, take stock before the next clan meeting. Be with your family. For all our confidence, togetherness, and companionship. I don't know of anyone who came back down from that mountain. One or two had suspicions like you did over the decades. Including your father. We told you he was slain in the settlement wars. But his reputation was undermined by his wild speculations. He set up
to find the tiger's eye. One clan meeting. He spat on our traditions, headstrong, and faced into the wind. That was the last time I ever saw him. Do not throw your life away trying to prove the same point your father did. I have every confidence in your skill as a warrior, and I will fight alongside you in battle. But when you do, go up that mountain with me at your heel. Make sure that you don't leave anything unsaid to your loved ones before you go. Don't put your younger brother in the same position that your father left me in, having to make excuses and feign explanations to those who wonder where you've gone.
I think he'd sit for a minute. There's not an easy thing comes to mind to start saying after that. As a moment of deep reflection. Holy shit. But after a while he'd stand up. No matter what happens, I will not have any lie spread in my wake. Whenever I do eventually leave this world. I have nothing left to hide, True Peak.
He puts out a huge paw to embrace you. As you share that moment of togetherness, clan leader to clan leader, you know that he'll be ready when the time comes.
Awesome.
Do you end up back in Last Hollow with everybody else?
So, let me just make sure I've kind of gone. At the end of the year, yeah, he will do. The only other things he wanted to do was that small thing we mentioned with Lash. That's just a side prospect of a potential orc tabaxi. Not even maybe truths, but like, you know, a little bit of familiarity. For as different as we are, we were both on the right side of the settlement wars type of thing. But we don't have to go into that deeply yet. The only other thing... Sorry, go on.
We'll see what Lash reports back when she returns to Last Hollow. There is one thing that I'd prepared that I'd like to just go into as everybody reconvenes after a year.
Okay. The only other thing that was on my list was just to... So the sword has gone. I've still got the normal magical shield. But
if you're thinking about commissioning a sword, I have heard you. But I want you to trust me with that.
We don't have to go through that. That's just what he's doing. What sort of... He just wants to encourage... He'll stay with his families in the Distant Rivers clan, and the broad kind of strategy or instruction sent out to the other clans is everybody needs to not abandon their truces and all that things with outside cultures and all that sort of stuff, but everyone needs to go into their clans and they need to hear these stories and they need to kind of withdraw. You know, maybe the rest of the Isles would kind of... we're not telling anyone outside of the Isles any of this stuff, but they would all probably notice all across the Isles Tabaxi just kind of start disappearing. Yeah, they just retreat back into their homes to reflect. And during that time, tries to work on making some weapons that represent him as a clan and everything like that. And then I just imagined, I know obviously we're not super clear on the timelines. I just imagined it would be, I'd go meet up with Last Hollow, and then some point in the future after that would be the big meeting.
So you've spent the year really planting the seeds, buying loyalty, angling the clans to on a war footing. and you return to Last Hollow to reconvene with the Starseekers, having yourself observed tabaxis across the aisles kind of go underground, as it were.
Yeah.
And you are conscious now that as much as you are seen on the surface of the material plane and kind of in the populated areas, you are a symbol, someone whose presence is heeded and noticed, and any tabaxi you meet, you try and like you say, encourage them to return home and heed the messages of their leaders. However, on your first day back in Last Hollow, which now kind of looks like this.
Ooh, that's a bit different.
Only some small changes. Sunshine is still with you, right?
Yeah, he's his whole job
He's
is to
your aide.
record everything, to tell the tales, and to remember and take in even more tales as we go along.
So you are you come in through the Bleakwater Way, you and Sunshine, and you look to your right where the South Camp used to be, and now this looks like almost like a adventure camp, training facility, recreational orphanage, holiday home, Woodgust Camp, it says. And the joy of children's laughter echoes around the water's edge. And you automatically get this like feeling that Last Hollow has changed for the better. There's an optimism and prosperity in the air that fills your heart with hope. You move around the busy, bustling city squares, and you see traders coming and going. Last Hollow is improving further still. You see a resplendent temple to Mystra with familiar designs and motifs that again symbolizes progress. You look forward to seeing your friends once more after so much time away. Until, on the other side of the bridge, you spot a hooded feline character. A lone eye poking out from a shadowed cowl. They've made you. And they start to speed up and run towards you, pushing people out the way. Someone nearly goes in the river, and they're caught by a revenant guard. Hey! This person runs towards you. Sunshine is completely oblivious. You notice it.
Step in front of Sunshine with my shield.
They run towards you, and they kind of slide the last 15 feet on their metallic heels before grabbing your shield. Fucking mirror.
My reputation precedes me. Down with that hood.
It's me.
I missed that. It cuts out a little bit on Discord. Shemeska. Oh, Where do I remember Shemeska from?
Make a history check.
Hmm.
Oh, not good. It's like my real life history check.
Does anyone want to elucidate him?
She was the priestess in that temple, and
before
like a second in
before
command
Tisha
to
blew
the...
everyone up with the massive crystal.
Yes.
Yeah. She made it out. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. Wait, what the fuck?
Because we save her and the guy together?
I thought she
or
decided
something?
to stay behind.
She did stay behind.
Oh, right.
She pulls off her hood, and you see cracked metal fragments clinging to an undead face.
I bring you a gift.
Think just in shock and everything he's just been through. He doesn't want to be hostile. He's like this urge, like, oh my god, she's alive. He just drops the shield and reaches out his hands to her cheek where the metal is cracked. Shemeska, how can it be?
I bring you a warning. Those that survived the explosion on Pride Mount lived to see the emergence of a terrible evil. From beneath the fire on the mountain. One of our own harnesses death itself. He bid my last act in this world to find you and give you this gift.
And from beneath her hood, a long sword. She brings it close to her face. You can see a cruelly serrated blade of obsidian black set into a brass pommel with a brass hilt with a 5-headed demon. An ape, a crocodile, a tiger, a vulture, and a mustachioed man. On a 2-handed handle that ends in a spherical crystal pommel, glowing with primordial energy. You can feel the vitality pulsing inside. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Take it.
Shemeska, can't help it. Reach out to take it.
As you take it, you automatically attune to... Hold on. I shut my page with it on. The bleeding edge of Azarul.
Okay. That doesn't sound scary at all.
shit. Well, what does this mean?
As you bring the longsword into your grip and Shemeska lets go, her vitality is sapped from her. You can see the light in her eyes light up in this kind of green necrotic energy as her body contorts and is crushed under the weight of living as her soul exits her body and enters the crystal at the base of the pommel, and her body collapses into dust on the bridge.
Just like I try to grab hold of her and collapse as it all turns to dust and just like fall to my knees.
Sunshine tries to grab you. Smoking mirror, was that really her?
It was her, I'm sure of it. I look around, like, people see this?
Yeah, people are literally completely frozen in shock. One of the Revenant Guard. Halt! Tabaxi! Oh, wait, it's you. You see Westley, who you fought alongside in the bowels of Half-Blood Prison a year ago. I think we better get you to his lordship. Your Genasi friend has been here for a while also. Sorry, I'm speaking like a tabaxi still.
Stand up and try to make less of a scene of it.
Just kick some dust into the river. Just like swipe it with your leg.
I just imagine it all just kind of blowing away before I manage to like grip hold of it, you know, like.
Yeah.
And sheath the sword. Just try to concentrate on making this not any weirder. And go back to a normal posture and encourage Sunshine to do the same and follow Wesley. Just
make a stealth check to see how quickly we can fall back into relative anonymity.
Yeah, I'll this is disadvantage because I'm wearing that armor now. Which I might not be wearing all the time, but I figure going back to last Hollow I would have definitely because it is Jacob's gift, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I do this 12.
It's not some people shout into each other, and it does cause a little bit of a panic. There's crying children, guards who are asking questions that they can't answer, and you basically hot step it back to the castle to try and process what's happened. And I would say there, waiting in the palatial hall, is Jacob, Tilly, and Mia.
I think this, all this worry and shock and half panic, just can't help but, disappear for a moment as I smile and recognize my friends after a year. And I'll just walk in and embrace everyone. Hugs all around.
Hey.
Handshakes and head scruffles and all that stuff.
We can we can pick up next session with the reunion if you wish.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Nice.
Thank you so much for being so patient and letting each other have basically an hour each, or maybe even less in some cases and more in others. I hope you enjoyed it. As a year is a long time.
Yeah, it was great.
That's great.
Oof. Thank you so much for joining us. If we are still streaming,
We're still alive.
If you would like to continue to listen to our story, then please join in every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. ish GMT.
Yep. And there's the YouTube as well.
Yeah.
In case you want to catch up.
There's plenty of episodes to catch up on, and you can also join our Discord if you would like to track us down and inquire about just how casually I'm interpreting some of the rules occasionally. But yeah, that's fine. Thanks so much for joining
more
us.
sets of guidelines.
Yeah.
Indeed. So yeah, thanks very much. See you next week, guys.
Till next
See you
time.
later.